Hello.
Hello, Professor Yusak.
Hello, this is John Mill, Thailand Theological Seminary.
Hello, Hu Xiaojia. Good to see you.
Yes. Yeah, you hear me?
Yes.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I.
Thank you.
I hope this is quite miraculous to me.
Thank you.
The miracle seems to most of
also you could see the Fakua, one of our teachers. So IPSD teacher, the camera also can move. I don't know. It's only the one. Okay. Yes. Then I want to because introduce who you are here too, right? So it would be also great. So, because we still have before the opening, maybe we have the 5 minutes. So let's go to Professor Andy Laosu here. Yes, it's our professor, School of Theology. Andy Zhao Laosu, Professor Andy Zhao Laosu. Okay, good to see you.
Oh.
All right, and then since camera is there, I want to go the students there. Can you see? Yeah, the far right for you is the yeah. So William and Christy and then Kenny. Yes, we are all here. Right, and then over there we have the Frank. Yes, and Rihanna and Emin. No, I'm sorry, they don't have the microphone, so I have to say for them too. And then Professor here, Pakwa, the camera code there, right? But still, can I, light is on, is better or not? Which one? Jimin, is the light is better? You close. Yes. Okay, yeah, we could just hear. Okay, good. And then also over there, Miss Naomi, can you a little bit forward? Yes, we are all here. All right, and then also some, video, all the camera staff. And then our students, Jibin. Yeah, and then also our student, Thomas. Thomas from Korea, Jibin from India. And then Professor, you from Iran, right? Yeah, she's also from Iran. Yes, and Yemen, Taiwan, and Indonesia, Taiwan. Yes. Then yeah, I'm from also Korea. Yes. So we have also some students outside. They are also helping. So maybe I could introduce you more later. All right, that's really nice. We could have also this one is going to YouTube. I want to introduce you. We have a broadcasting live, YouTube, and the Facebook. So we could have those all the live broadcasting. So wherever you are, we could see anything from us. And then this morning, especially to honor, invite Professor John Cobb and our keynote speaker. So later, Professor Horng will introduce him more. Then we could know about him, and then we will see how it's going. Especially this one is, before we just going, it's the main host is the School of Theology, CJCU, but this is also co-working from the ACTT, which is the Academy of Contextual Theology in Taiwan. And then also, this is coming from the International Program for Sustainability Development, IPSD, CJCU, and also STT Moraya, Sekolah Tinggi Teologi Moraya in the Indonesia, and TTC, Tainan Theological College, Taiwan. So 5 of us, yes, we are all together to have this kind of great all the international conference for all of us. So thank you so much. You are all the participants, especially without your participants is we cannot do anything. So I'm so glad you are all here. All right. So now also we have the Professor Yuki from TTC. Yuki 老师 hello, hi. Can you also open your camera and microphone?
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Professor Yuki. Professor Yuki from Japan, now is teaching at TTC, Tainan Theological Seminary. So you could see the Professor John Cobb. Yes.
Yes, yes. Very looking forward to the lecture.
Okay. As I know, the Professor John Cobb was born in Japan, right? So it will be great.
Yes.
Okay. And Professor Bobby, I need to pronounce Bobby, right? Professor Bobby, yeah.
Yes, hi.
Hello, Professor Bobby. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Putrana, Professor Bobby, also from the TTCS. Okay. Professor Dean Horng, Ching Horng, Professor Horng. He's there. Professor Horng is also another our keynote speaker. So later on, Professor Yusang Tanasha will introduce you about him more. All right, I think now we are kind of time to begin the conference. I'm so glad you begin this 2020 Theology and Culture International Symposium. The theme is Theological Studies and Praxis on Net Zero Ecology in Asia. I'm so honored and we are so happy to see you all. So first, we want to have opening greetings. So we could really also begin three institutes prepare our own opening this time. So first one is from our CJCU President Yonglong Lee. So yes, but now Professor Yonglong Lee is in Malaysia, so he already made all the video greetings for all of us. Okay, please. Yeah, he could. Yeah, a little bit because wait for sharing of his greetings.
Distinguished keynote speakers, Dr. John Cobb Jr. and Dr. Ching Horng, and all the presenters from Indonesia, South Korea, the USA, and Taiwan, and all the attendees from the world, in person and virtual format. Good morning, I'm Yonglong Lee, the president of Changchun Christian University, Taiwan. On behalf of CJCU, I sincerely welcome you all to our School of Theology's academic festival for 2 days. My warmest greetings to you all from Malaysia, because I'm now out of my country. I wish I could meet you in person on campus. Today is a blessed day, for we will learn about theological studies and practice on our timely and worldly topic, net zero and ecology. Thanks to the School of Theology, I would like to talk about two precious points of this symposium. The theme, net zero and ecology. The most important command from God to integrate God's creation. We all experience the impact of COVID-19 in the world. We reconsider the life of human beings and all nature. The ecological system invites us to offer new normal for ourselves and the next generation. Greenhouse gas emissions and environmental crisis may threaten the global village. Many countries committed to net zero emissions in policies and actions. CJCU also recently hosted the net zero programs through on and off campus activities. I invite you to hold in-depth discussions to build a sustainable future. Second, this is an international symposium of the School of Theology. We have hosted the Theology and Culture Symposium for the last 4 years. I congratulate and encourage organizing a theological academic symposium as an international network each other. The QS Intelligence Unit has rated CJCU as a 5-star institution. The International Symposium will help CJCU to make our vision the best Christian university in Asia. Moreover, I'm glad that the School of Theology can co-host this symposium with ACTT, IPSD, STT, MORI in Indonesia, and TTC, Tainan Theological College. I'm happy to meet all friends around the world at the time once. I also appreciate support from R&D and OT of CJCU, the Ministry of Education and the Qiedi Church in Kaohsiung. Enjoy the more than before. I hope that we can meet next year in person symposium, CJCU. May God bless you with grace and peace. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, President Lee. And now I want to invite President Hu Chung-min from the TTC. His greetings from TTC. He's also in online. President Hu? President Hu, are you open your microphone? We cannot hear you at this moment. President
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, great, thank you.
Okay. Good morning, keynote speakers, the dear brothers and sisters. May the peace of God be with you all. I am Zhongming Hu from Taiwan, work at the Tainan Theological Seminary. I'm honored to be able to greet all of you through the online camera, video on behalf of the faculty and the students of Tainan Theological Seminary before the symposium begins. First of all, I would like to thank God for the grace bring us together through modern internet technology and inviting the world most famous process theologian, eco-theologist, and environmental professor to give insightful speeches. Secondly, I would like to take this opportunity to thank President Li Yonglong of Changzhou University and Park, my dear Dr. Park, Dean of the Theological School, for inviting Tainan Theological Seminary to co-sponsor 2022 Theology and Culture International Symposium, which allowed 3 teachers from Tainan Theological Seminary. They are Dr. Sun Jiong, Yu Qi, and the Reverend Sei Zhong to participate in this symposium on environmental protection, faith, and theology. Indeed, ecology and environmental protection are very important issues in the world today. And through this theological symposium, I believe that the result of our discussions will be of great help to the church, society, and the world. Finally, I must apologize for not being able to go to Changzhou University to greet in person due to the busy schedule of the seminary and the fact that I had to lead the seminary admission meeting this morning. May God's grace and the strength be added to the seminars today and tomorrow. Thank you all. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President Hu. Yeah, it's really great to all the, to see you and listen from your greetings. All right, now we're going to more international. Of course, it's all international online, right? But I want to invite Professor Yusak Tanasha from the STT Moriah from his greetings. Please, Professor Yusak.
Okay, thank you, Professor Park. So I would like to greeting everyone. Good morning, everyone. In the peace in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. So this is so amazing time when we can gather together in the symposium in over the world in the internet connection. We are blessed with the internet. And then the topic that really what we are needed in our era right now. I remember it's 2010 when I proposed the organization for Life to plant a teak tree in a remote island in Indonesia. So it's about 10,000 teak tree plant in a small island in Indonesia. And then what the amazing thing we can do with the tree is we not only plant the tree, but we plant the life. We plant life that we bring a water because it's a rock island. So the teak tree bring a water, and then bring sustainable community and economy. And then the other thing, we invite our friend from US to be a partner. And then this is kind of like the connection how the youth and then the youth US and the youth from the island can plant the tree. So the ecology is really important. This is the mandate God in the beginning for us to keep the tree and then the whole life in our earth to be sustainable. So I think this is the symposium is really important. And thank you for all the keynote speaker and the hard work of the community to make this event. This event is happening, and then all the participants, the presenter. This is a great opportunity for each of us share one another in the grace of God. So, friends, thank you, and I hope in the first and then the second day, our symposium, the grace and then the strength of our Lord Jesus Christ will help us to bring closer to Him in the work of the ecology. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Professor Yusak. Yes, this is really in Asia, so it is Indonesians, all the participants really, we appreciate all the attendance and the participation. All right, now I think we are all greatly have all the opening session. Thank you so much. Yes, now we're going to have a first session. Yes, our first keynote speakers, Professor John Cobb, will doing the theological studies and ecology part. And then before that, I want to introduce our moderator, Professor Horng, and we could just say VP, Vice President. So our teacher, and then the Professor Horng was he is really teaching at the School of Theology, and he is also director of the ACTT. So we all welcome Professor Horng for this time's moderator for Professor John Cobb. Okay, please welcome the Professor Horng.
Thank you, Hee Kyung, for this opportunity that's to invite ACTT to be part of the co-host of this conference. Friends, good morning. It is my privilege to introduce our first keynote speaker for this conference, John Boswell Cobb Jr. John Cobb is an American theologian, philosopher, and environmentalist. He is often regarded as a preeminent scholar in the field of process philosophy and process theology. The school of thought associated with the philosophy of Alfred North Whitehead. Cobb is the author of more than 50 books. In 2014, Cobb was elected to the prestigious American Academy of Arts and Science. He is well known for his transdisciplinary approach, integrating insights from many different areas of study and bring different specialized disciplines into fruitful communication. Because of his broad mind interest and approach, Cobb has been influential in the wide range of disciplines, including theology, ecology, economics, biology, and social ethics. In 1971, he wrote the first single author book in environmental ethics. Is It Too Late? A Theology of Ecology, which argued for the relevancy of religious thought in approaching the ecological crisis. In 1989, he co-authored the book For the Common Good, Redirecting the Economy to a Community, Environment, and a Sustainable Future, which critiqued current global economic practice and advocated for a sustainable, ecological-based economies. He has written extensively on religious pluralism and interfaith dialogue, particularly between Buddhism and Christianity, as well as the need to reconcile religion and science. Cobb is the co-founder and current co-director of the Center for Process Studies in Claremont, California. The Center for Process Studies remains the leading Whitehead-related institute and has witnessed the launch of more than 30 related centers at academic institutions throughout the world. Dr. Cobb's topic today is theology and historical crisis. I think we will have a very profound and inspiring lesson from Dr. Cobb. Let's welcome J.B. Cobb. Please, Dr. John Cobb.
Thank you very much. You did a beautiful job of introducing me, and I have to live up to it, but that's difficult. I do want to say before I start reading my paper, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'm beforehand a little worried. Okay. I just want to say, simply being with you gives me hope for the Christian faith. I think the future of much of human civilization is not in Europe and European and American circles. In a sense, our civilization is exhausted. And I have a sense that in the rest of the world, Christianity may be understood better than it is in my own country. I want to say you are giving hope, and I hope that what I have to say about I think it's best to do theology, not the only way, but I recommend it, that you will find that natural, not a strain in any way. It is very contrary to the modern Western university, and I'm personally very sorry that so many countries in the world are copying the American style of higher education. As I read my paper, you'll probably understand why I am so distressed that we are exporting our worst instead of our best. Thank you for the invitation to participate in this conference. These days, I'm thinking a lot about Taiwan, and it is encouraging to know that Christians there are deeply involved in crucial issues. Before focusing on the specific issues of this conference, however, I want to explain how process thought affects my understanding of Christian theology as it relates to public issues in general and ecological issues in particular. Most people think of Christian theology as the discussion of a particular set of topics. In the strictest sense, theology is the doctrine of God. But for Christians, talk of God is closely bound up with reflection about Jesus, Israel's history, the Bible, and the church. Central is the understanding of the human condition and salvation. Another topic is the beginning and ending of all things. We come from, where we are headed. Theology, in this sense, is needed and important. These are large topics. There is a huge library of books written about them. One topic can keep anyone busy for a lifetime and hard scratch the surface of these matters. Understanding them makes a great contribution both to Christian believers and to others. Also, this approach fits with the current university system, which is composed of academic disciplines. The whole field of information is spread out and divided among the academic disciplines. Theology can be divided into a multiplicity of such disciplines. In other words, theology, at least in the West, is typically delimited by a set of topics. I, on the other hand, define theology by the perspective from which study and discussion occur. Not all study of these topics that traditionally constitute theology is, for me, theological, and other topics can be dealt with theologically. God can be discussed from the point of view of academic philosophy, Jesus from the perspective of academic history. If study is done by someone who has no existential interest in topics, it is not theology, in my sense. For me, when topics are discussed from the perspective of a Christian believer, the result is theology. But more follows from adopting the perspectival understanding. One may treat many topics from a Christian perspective. Moral issues, for example, all lend themselves to Christian consideration. Economic theory will turn out quite differently if approached from a Christian perspective. My colleague, David Griffin, gave years of his life to reporting on what really happened on September 11th, 2011. Even now, just before he died, he finished a book which deals in part with Ukraine. Because that what is happening in Ukraine is important for the world, the fate of humanity. But by my understanding, David does not abandon his responsibilities as a theologian from it. With unique courage, he has pursued the heart of the theological task, the salvation of the world. There are, of course, topics that should not be affected by perspectives. Mathematics, for example, should be the same in Christian perspective and in any other perspective. There is no Christian trigonometry. On the other hand, perspective affects thinking about the status of mathematical entities in their relation to the processes of actuality. Some atheists deny that unactualized possibilities can play any role in history. Christians find them important. Perspective affects our understanding of history and of the sciences, both physical and social. It affects understanding of paintings and symphonies. It affects the understanding of current events. All can be part of Christian theology. I consider my involvement with issues in many fields to be part of calling as a theologian. This approach to theology is that of a process theologian. This is a philosophical perspective. I think, however, that there are Christian reasons for favoring it. The most obvious is that the Bible is the process camp. A process worldview is in contrast to a substance worldview. The process view will be best understood if I first describe the substance perspective that is far more common in the European world. I have learned that the Indo-European languages encourage us to think in terms of substances, whereas other languages, including Hebrew and Chinese, do not. That has helped me understand myself and other people. To put matters very simply, the Indo-European languages build sentences around their subjects, usually nouns and pronouns. Suppose the subject is a male dog called Jet. I will make statements about Jet's affectionate character, but I will also note that sometimes he can be upset. I will tell a story about how he helped me on one occasion, also one about how he got me in trouble on another. I will comment on how he has changed in the past few years. The stories show that Jet differs from time to time, but my language encourages me to think of all the things I say as referring to one and the same entity, the dog I called Jet. Of course, Jet does different things, looks different, feels different, and so forth. So the Jet I'm referring to must be distinguished from these different characteristics and actions. That is that Jet in himself has none of these attributes. Jet's characteristics and actions change. Jet remains the same. He is an unchanging entity underlying all the changes. An underlying entity is a substance. I hope you understand that I'm explaining how it works if you speak the English language. That is how you are made to think. It is particularly important to notice that Jet related to different things at different times: people, nature, other dogs, food, etc. Just as in the case, other cases, changing relations do not affect the identity of Jet. Jet himself is not affected by these relations. He is independently of these relations. If the world were composed of substances, each one can be studied in separation from all the others. They occupy different loci. No two substances occupy the same space at the same time. A substance can be divided into parts, but this is not an infinite possibility. The small substance, the smallest substance is indivisible, but not unextended. This is the atom, classical thought. Of course, physicists learned that what they thought atoms were divisible. The real atoms, the invisibles, are in the realm of matter. If the world is a vast collection of little bits of matter, each complete in itself, then one collection of these bits of matter can be studied while ignoring all the others. I noted earlier that academic disciplines divided up the world in this way. Even Christian beliefs can be studied in this way. The data studied can be understood as substances. Greek and Latin are Indo-European languages, so both lead their speakers to understand the world as composed of substances. When Christian thinkers in the Roman Empire thought of God, they assumed God was a substance. Accordingly, they insisted that God is impassive and immutable. That is, God does not feel anything, and God remains ever unchanged. This determined the formulations of Christian orthodoxy. But it is a very different God from what is described in the Hebrew Bible, and especially in what Jesus says about his heavenly Abba. If one shifts to a process perspective, this all changes. The world is not composed of a collection of independent substances, but of interrelated events, happenings, actions, or, in White's case, experiences. Every experience is largely, but never completely constituted by the presence of earlier experiences. They all influence the new experience, that is, flow into it. There is no static entity to which other entities contribute. There is coming to be of a new entity as a synthesis of relations to earlier entities. The many become one and are increased by one. Far from being unaffected by what happens in the world, God incorporates the world into the divine experience. Hebrew is not an Indo-European language, and Praxis thought allows us to take the Bible more serious. It tells stories and reports historical events. Of course, the reports of historical events are not always accurate. Sometimes the supposed event did not take place at all. My point is only that Hebrew writers wrote about events or processes, not about unchanging substance. Those who speak languages in which most sentences focus on verbs do not find it difficult to reject substances. My friend Wang teases English-speaking folk for saying, "It is raining." Says, what does the it identify? The truth is, we have no thing in mind. We put a pronoun into the sentence as its subject because our grammar needs it. We feel that something is happening. It must be happening something, or something is making it happen. The Chinese language just let the event occur. The affirmation and denial of substances goes back a long way. 2.5 millennia ago, the most sensitive and truth-loving people in India developed traditions of meditation. The primary topic was the ultimate reality. On the one hand, that is Brahman, and on the other hand, the ultimate reality of the self, Atman. They seemed, it sensed that they were the same, but existentially experiencing that Atman and Brahman were the same was another matter. Many think that the greatest of these meditators was Gautama. despite the pressure of the language in which he thought to make him believe in Atman and Brahman. He concluded that there is no Brahman and no Atman. That is, there are no substances beneath the flux of events. He found the realization deeply liberating. It was his enlightenment. He became a Buddha. But very few speakers of Indian languages have followed him. On the other hand, speakers of Chinese, Korean, and Japanese were easily convinced. If we think that Buddha and Whitehead, if we think with Buddha and Whitehead of everything being connected, we will, of course, oppose the division of the world into separate data or separate academic disciplines. We are more likely to organize thinking around important questions. Instead of assuming that facts and values belong to different spheres, we will encourage asking how they are related. We are likely to conclude that every actual entity or event of experience is of value in itself, and thereby make some claim on us. This is quite different from assuming that nothing has any value in itself, so that the only relevant measure is money, that is, the price in the market. Another important question is, what makes for happiness? This will lead us in studies of the human body, psyche, and human relations with one another and with the non-human world. But our study will not be contained or really compartmentalized in any academic discipline or set of disciplines. We could ask what new technology would be most useful to slow climate change, or we can read in this country a commitment to democracy. How can science throw light on apathy? These are good questions. Another important question will be about how we perceive and understand the world. To what extent are there objective facts on which we can all agree? And to what extent do our perceptions derive from our previous experience and desires? I have indicated how substance thinking developed a doctrine of God very different from that of the Bible. If we begin with impassive and unchanging God, relations to climate change are obvious. However, those influenced by the Bible do not limit their thinking in that way. From a very early point, theology had a much broader meaning. Could include social teaching, for example. Many theologians give more attention to anthropology than to the doctrine of God. Many topics have been added to theology. In the United States, theologians now deal routinely with race and gender. Some also deal with the relation of humans to other creatures. Even mainstream, substance-oriented theology is often admirably inclusive. However, as a process theologian, I've explained that I take another step. For me, what to focus on as a theologian is not determined by the topic. It is determined human importance of the issue and the relevance of bringing a Christian perspective to bear at any given time. I believe that the most important task for Christian theologians is to reflect as Christians about what they perceive as the most important questions. Around 1950 in graduate school, I learned existentially the deep difference between the modern worldview and the Christian one. Although there were exceptional teachers the climate as a whole, that is a university, had no place for God. If we propose that God played a causal role in the world, this said that you did not belong in the community. Much the same was true about purpose or decision. Indeed, if one implied that purpose of any sort played a role, the same ostracism would occur. The worldview of the university was valueless, godless, and purposeless. The overwhelming pressure in this direction of all of the respected faculty is hard for a young Christian to bear. What saved me was my discovery of Alfred North Whitehead. He was an English mathematical logician and physicist who taught for many years at Harvard University. He devoted most of his career to developing an alternative worldview to the one that excludes purpose and God. The modern worldview understood everything in terms of mechanisms. Its model was the clock on the Strasbourg Cathedral. Lifelike figures came out and danced every hour. They looked alive, but in fact, they were mechanisms. The 17th century scientists thought that all living things were like that. They excluded Aristotle's final causes from consideration and explained everything by efficient causes. Although scientists now deal with electrons and quanta, they still seek to limit explanation to efficient causes. The mechanistic model still obtains. It has proved wonderfully productive in the physical sciences. Nevertheless, many people have long felt that this view that all things look like does not describe the real world. In particular, when we are told that we are part of that world, the misfit is inescapable. Even the scientists who promote the worldview do not really think of themselves as robots. For Christians, action of this reductionist thinking is essential. Many people have called for a new worldview, and several contributed to it in a significant way. But it was the philosophy of organism developed by Alfred North Whitehead that gave me the tools to free myself from the hold that reductionist thinking has in our universities. Since actually understanding everything mechanistically has very harmful consequences, I consider that overcoming it would be the heart of my contribution to theology. That meant I would not think in substantive ways. I became a process theologian who considered the philosophy of Whitehead as of decisive theological value. There was one time when I was shaken in my confidence in Whitehead. A number of physicists were not happy with Einstein's general theory of relativity. For one thing, it was almost impossible to understand. Some of them produced theories with slightly different predictions. The California Institute of Technology kept track of these theories, and as they failed basic tests, removed them from the list. At one point, Whitehead's theory was the only alternative to Einstein that survived. But Whitehead posited, as Einstein did not, that even distant bodies would have some gravitational effect on the Earth. Such a prediction can never be absolutely ruled out, but as finer and finer measurements were made and detected any such deviation from Einstein's predictions, Whitehead's theory was declared refuted. It was, of course, based on the cosmology, which is quite different from Einstein's. Did its failure mean that the worldview I was promoting was mistaken? But Whitehead was ahead of us. He had developed a second formula that he called his Einstein formula. If the evidence did not support his preferred formula, then he offered another that predicted exactly what Einstein predicted, but without the use of ideas with which Whitehead could not agree, such as the differentially curved space. There was no need to change his philosophical ideas. I learned in the late 1960s that the way humanity is living is unsustainable. That is, modern civilization is suicidal. I saw that as this information became widely available, changes took place, but that these changes were drastically insufficient. I saw that civilizational changes were needed to avoid self-destruction were not even discussed, even in very small groups. I felt called to do what I could do, change beliefs and practices in the direction needed. It will be important that, as a Christian, I love those who are Christian and am open to hear them. As a Christian theologian, I will cite modern scientific studies, but I will judge their importance and reliability from a Christian perspective. This is, of course, an art, not a science. As a Christian, I judge that I can only do well if I remain open to God's guidance and prompting. The idea of being called by God and actually being influenced by that call, yet frequently missing the mark, was what I was brought up on. The focus is on what the God of Israel, especially of Jesus, is calling for today. The focus on a call changes as the situation changes, distinguishes Christianity from the traditions of India and to a lesser extent also China. Those of us who are shaped by the Bible think historically. Amos responded to God's call in his day, Isaiah to his, John the Baptist to his, Jesus to his, Paul to his. Paul did not respond to Amos' call to speak truth to power. He was called to make disciples of Jesus in the Gentile world and guide and assure them. Jesus called Isaiah's. In explaining his call, Jesus cited Isaiah, but stopped in sentence. Isaiah proclaimed evil on the enemies of Israel. Jesus taught that we should love our enemies. Each is called to serve in that particular way that is best for them and for those they influence. Jesus was called to save Israel from self-destruction. Sadly, most Jews continue to resort to arms and were expelled by Rome from the land of Israel. Following the call is no guarantee of success. But in Jesus, what he called for as the alternative to fighting was so attractive and personally healing that his followers converted people of the Roman Empire. It is us that I, together with all those who have tried to save human civilization, have thus far failed. The horrors have begun and become much worse. But it is possible that the alternative world of mutual cooperation and care for the whole living system may provide a basis for construction of a new civilization on the ashes of the old. Jesus failed to persuade Israel to develop a strategy of loving the Roman conquerors and persecutors. Indeed, those called to prophesy have really had obvious success. But we have tried. In the 20th century, two great figures, Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King, tried and succeeded. This is no time to give up. What is most glaringly unsustainable about modern civilization is its destruction of the natural world on which, like all civilizations, it depends. Much of the problem stems from the picture of the world that has been adopted by modern science. It turned out that the world I had been hoping since graduate days to overturn for the sake of Christianity also played a big role in leading us to the unsustainability that had come to dominate my concerns. Accordingly, I have become an environmentalist. In the 70s, I worked with Charles Church, a Whiteheadian biologist, on trying to change the way the natural world is seen and treated. We wrote a book together, The Liberation of Life. Recently, we were biological allies in people like Rupert Sheldrake. More recently, Sheldrake has been excommunicated from the academy because he used an organic model rather than a mechanistic one. He showed that many features of the world that have been ignored or denied by the university can be understood when one makes that change. Some of us who had encountered Whitehead's thought in graduate school were distressed that the doors there had once been open to organic process thought had been closed. We wondered what we could do to keep this option, rejected by the educational system, alive. At Claremont, we organized a journal, Process Studies, in 1970, and an institution, the Center for Process Studies, in 1973. They still exist. I felt then, and I still feel now, that this was my calling as a theologian. Changing circumstances and opportunities have led to half a dozen more organizations. The most important of these is the Institute for the Postmodern Development of China. This was organized by Wang and Meijun Fan. I consider my work in mainland China part of theological calling, but I rarely refer to any of these traditional theological topics. We talk about the importance of an organic vision that sees everything as interconnected and how that changes everything that China is adopting from the West. We talked about the advantage that China could have if built on its own traditions rather than mechanical models of the West. Some years ago, the Chinese government adopted language of ecological civilization. Practically speaking, it is meant that provincial governments are no longer evaluated simply on the growth of their economies, but also on the improvement of their environments. They have a good record on both, but encourage them to rethink the goal of indiscriminate economic growth. The government allows us to promote the idea of ecological civilization that would move the economy in this direction. The first step would be to develop the economy of China, Chinese, and cease to depend so much on exports. China still depresses the lives of children with its competitive exam system. We work against this. We have a whitehead kindergarten in Beijing that is radically child-centered and teaches the type of cooperation rather than victory over others. Mei Junfan has developed a program for young adults that keeps them close to the soil for farming, but stimulates them to think for themselves about the meaning of life and what country the world need. In my view, these institutions are far more Christian than many established churches. Thus, consider institutional work that is not explicit about its Christian character to be part of my vocation as a Christian theologian. That would have been true even if I had dealt only with scientific and academic and educational and agricultural topics. But I was also called to work in and for the church. Process of Faith produced materials for use by pastors, and we worked to develop process views on all the traditional topics of theology. Our greatest successes were among Christians seeking a credible understanding of their faith. Offering that was certainly part of my calling, and most of those with whom I worked on this topic were believers. Never isolated, but the denominations were not interested in committing themselves to any one theology. I have mentioned pioneering with the Christian Whiteheadian Charles Spurgeon in promoting changes in the basic attitudes toward our non-human cousins. He helped us work academically with biologists as well. Spurgeon organized the first conference held by the Center for Process Studies. Most of the leading contributors to early evolutionary were present. One of the senior biologists, C.H. Wellington, brought with him a young physicist, David Bohm, and he stole the show. And considered him an ally, and years later, we confirmed the compatibility of his understanding of the quantum world with Whitehead's thought. It seemed to me that the dominant belief system in contemporary society and the one promoted by the university centered life on money. In the 80s, I worked with Evan Daly, an economist who had been excommunicated by his fellow economists for insisting that they pay attention to the environment. Despite his complete rejection by mainstream economics, he was successful in building up alternative groups that have had considerable influence in the thinking of the general public. And a culturalist, Dean Freudenberger, joined our faculty to guide us into more effective ways to save the earth. He led us to focus on how food is produced. He introduced me to Wes Jackson, who produced a perennial grain, opening up improved ways of feeding humanity. I give the highest priority to farming. In the coming chaos, those who can feed themselves will have the best chance. I saw that Paolo Soleri's ideas about architectural arcologies, could greatly reduce the damage to the earth and build in the way we build cities. I partnered with him. He went with us to China. Although people loved to see his pictures of possible arcologies, he had no apparent influence on what was actually built. However, there has been a marginal conversation about the possibility of building an arcology. Perhaps if humans build back after a nuclear war, they will consider arcologies. Recently, I'm proud to be associated with the work of the city of Pomona in becoming a compassionate city. Pomona is working towards self-sufficiency and healthy community. It is exploring a new model. The single most impressive achievement in Pomona is the work of Devin Hartman in building a factory to produce solar panels. It is based on a new invention that cuts the cost in half. Hartman is developing a new business model, a nonprofit business that works for the sake of the community, especially the poorest communities. Already other cities are planning to adopt his model. Clearly, I'm not a biologist, I'm not an economist, I'm not an urbanist, I'm not an agriculturist, indeed, I'm not an environmentalist. I'm a theologian who understands that the calling of Christians, when humans are killing the earth, is to look for healing. That means sending equal to basic theories and to behavior and social structure that are responsible for the current destruction of humanity. I feel called also to attention to the intrinsic value of other creatures we treat so cavalierly. We who have been struggling against many unsustainable features of modern society have regarded war as the ultimate enemy. Recently, war has become a reality in Europe and an obvious threat in Asia. I think the threat in Asia has greatly reduced. Because I'm more connected in China, I have felt a call to work against it. The goal of the United States is to become the one determinative nation ordering a global market. The goal clashes with China's determination to maintain its full independence, freedom of action. Some of us work together to try to persuade our American leaders that it is better to share power in a healthy earth than to rule over a desolate one. They seem to have gained, but the United States seems to have gained its ends without war. I have no expertise on any of the areas in which I have tried to make a difference. I hope I have made it clear that I do not feel called to lead in any of these areas. Others know much more than I about all of them, and some are making great strides. They have my gratitude and admiration. I hope that my support has sometimes been helpful. If I have a distinctive contribution to make, is that both Christian faith and Whitehead's philosophy lead me to approach questions more holistically. Consider the issue of global warming. The main cause is excessive carbon in the atmosphere. The burning of fossil fuels is the main reason for the destructive increase. We burn fossil fuels because we need the energy they produce. Hence, most of the discussion is how to reduce the use of fossil fuels. Attention is given especially to greater efficiency in their use and alternative ways of producing energy. These are important questions, but these approaches still fall short. There are additional ways of dealing with the problem. I will conclude with a couple of ways of responding to the problem of climate change that may have little chance of being considered by authorities in that field because of the fragmentation of thinking. No doubt the problem is also that the changes I propose would cause problems for powerful corporations. One little noticed cause of excessive carbon in the atmosphere is found in changes in agriculture. In the past, the soil was alive and millions of tiny creatures absorbed carbon in the atmosphere. Today it has been ended by insecticides. These have other disastrous effects. The vast reduction in insects that were the food for many species of birds is a result of insecticides. Also, insecticides are killing the pollinators on whom we depend for much of our food. And some of the poison used to kill unwanted insects finds its way into the food that is produced and then into our bodies. Why do we use so much insecticide? The reason is that we organize our food system according to the teaching of the university that centers on efficiency in making money. When family farmers produced a variety of products in a small space, the amount of produce lost to insect pests is tolerable. But it is cheaper to produce most crops on huge farms that produce just one crop and are managed industrially. On these farms, pests specific to the crop would flourish and do immense damage if left alone. Poison is necessary. In economic theory, the fact that an action that solves one problem creates others is not intended to. A company may know that its treatment of the land is not sustainable, but it is currently highly profitable. It is typically not wise, according to economic teaching, to change to a more expensive mode of production. When land is no longer good for farming, it can be sold for industrial or residential purposes. The profits can be invested in something else. It is rare that an agricultural corporation will even notice that it is contributing to climate chaos, even though that chaos will make industrial production of food very difficult. Renewing the ability of the soil to absorb carbon is not considered by the agricultural corporations that are poisoning it, or by the international gatherings trying to stop global warming. It is not considered by the economists whose theories so seriously misdirect us. I doubt that it is much considered by the climatologists. Approaching the issue by focusing on one feature of the overall problem, climate, still narrows us too much. We should also be considering the value of local production and integration of food production into normal life. And incidentally, renewed healthy soil would allow rain to refill aquifers rather than wash topsoil away. I think that opposing the compartmentalization and fragmentation of thought is part of my vocation. I have no expertise, but I may have a more inclusive vision and see how problems can be responded to in a greater variety of ways. I think it helps if we have an overall vision of the society we seek. The term ecological civilization has encouraged such thinking. In my understanding, this thinking is all Christian theology when people bring their Christian faith to bear. I will deal more briefly with the topic of local communities. This is another way of reducing carbon production. By a local community, I have in mind a village or neighborhood in a city. Currently, those who live in such communities typically work in shops elsewhere and also go elsewhere for much of their entertainment. They may or may not be able to use public transportation for some of this, but they understandably either have or want to have their own car. Paolo Soleri showed how even a large city can be organized in a way that would abolish motor transportation. But even without that, much can be done to arrange for people to work near where they live, produce considerable food in their yards and local parks, and have stores and recreation in walking distance. Much more can be available by bicycle. This could include nearby farms. Automobiles could be treated as horses have been. Okay, for a little recreation, but not part of civilization. Currently, travel is considered desirable. We could encourage people to pride themselves instead on close relations with those who live by and on the quality of their communities. Seeing other people and places can be done by Zoom, as now. Such communities will certainly produce less carbon. Small-scale local production of food will reduce waste and provide healthier, tastier. Perhaps most important, they can be self-sufficient in necessities and thus not dependent on social order and intact railways and highways for their food. In short, they may survive some very terrible crises. Also, they can have fewer goods without reducing lifestyles. Today, the world consumes more than it can sustainably supply. Cutting back on consumption is essential. It will be far easier if the life we envision with less consumption is an attractive one. If we can easily get everywhere we want to go without a car, giving up a car, a major reduction in consumption need not be dreaded. I realize that much of this does not sound like theology. I hope, however, that you can understand why I think that saving the world is a divine calling for all of us, and why theologians' work may be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor John Cobb. Okay, now, yes, Professor Horng, you be the moderator. Yeah, please.
Yes. Well, thank you very much, Dr. John Cobb. In fact, I feel that it has a very insightful sharing, particularly about your understanding, broad understanding of different cultures, start from the English, the Western and Latin and Hebrew, and back to Asia, through all different culture and different characters of the language that you try to analyze the worldview, particularly based on Whitehead's process philosophy. And then you are trying to enlighten us how to redefine theology with the salvation rather than founding truth. So I see that how you are struggling throughout these long journeys have contributed to our theological thinking from different aspects. I hope that the sharing today will be a contributions and stimulate our colleague in this conference to reduce to our theological mission. In fact, I also found out that your thinking is very much like what we are doing in Asia about so-called contextual theology. And we are successing the Western Enlightenment result of civilization. The different people from different context of culture have to be very seriously relook to our own life. The civilization impact from Enlightenment almost cover all aspects of what you describe about the problem of damage of human life. So as a Western philosopher and theologians, you are not simply to introduce your thought, you are also bring us to relook the Western civilization which created by Enlightenment has a very serious role that we have to confront with in today's theological work. Thank you very much for this inspiring talk. Now I will give the floor to our participants. We have about 20 minutes for question and answer. So now I'll be open the floor. Okay, Yuki, Sensei.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cobb, for your very encouraging lecture. I was very impressed and just so encouraged to hear your non-authoritarian way of theologizing and how you kind of make yourself vulnerable in doing this kind of theology. And I really fully agree with all the suggestions you're making about theologizing and for alternative ways of living. And personally, I try my best to also live like that and wish to also influence people around me, including this seminary community. But I find it difficult because as soon as we start wanting to influence or encourage people, it starts to sound judgmental. So what's like the best way to get people involved in such a way that we won't become judgmental, make them feel guilty unnecessarily? This is my question.
Oh, yes. Well, that's an extremely important matter. And I think it's very important to begin, as I mentioned, with the recognition that we are to love our enemies. And of course, if we love our enemies, we will love people who are resistant to our ideas. And I think as long as we keep this on a context that the other knows we are trying to help them, we're not trying to tell them what to do, but we want them to understand things that they may not have thought about. It doesn't have to evoke that response. However, you understand, I speak as one who is persona non grata in general in the universities in America. And I don't hold back in my criticism of the modern university. I think to educate our children to believe that there is no purpose in life, making money, is vicious. And I say so without any hesitation. But I try to be clear that I don't think that most professors really want to do that. But they are put in, you know, there is a book that is addressed to university professors, and it would not be addressed to them if there were not a lot of them who were behaving differently. The book's title is Save the World on Your Own Time. The university is not hiring you to do anything that will necessarily benefit anybody. I think that's a terrible kind of educational institution. I cannot imagine that in any of our cultures, we thought that schooling should be completely separated from the qualities of life that we want to share. This is a new invention that came out of the Kantian philosophical revolution. Kant said facts and values are entirely different. And if facts and values are entirely different, then schools should be about facts, not about values. In my Kant was profoundly mistaken. And I'd be glad to spend time talking about where he went wrong. I mean, I'm not casual about this matter. Immanuel Kant is the most admired philosopher since Descartes. So if one says he's mistaken, one needs to be able to say. And I think I can. I don't think it's. I think it's disastrous. And I wish I'll speak about the West. I don't know what happens in the East, but the churches have been silent and still speak of universities with great admiration and great authority of professors. Now, there are lots of professors who are authorities on many things, but they are most of the ones who are real authorities get out. The universities excommunicate much more than the churches do. The notion that universities are places of free inquiry is totally wrong. I think we need to speak the truth about our universities. And I especially would hope that you in Asia could build an educational system on something other than the worst features of the Western Enlightenment. Yeah. I think we know we have values. And we want our children to grow up understanding that this is a meaningful world, that purpose plays a huge role, that their lives should be lived for something beyond their desire for competitive gain over other people in the field of money. I mean, this is too awful to tolerate it and respect the institutions. Obviously, there are many exceptions. When I make generalizations, the Catholic churches, universities never go as far as the second ones. There are some Protestant colleges that I would criticize for being much too rigid in their criticism. I think biblicism is a very unbiblical. There's no biblicism in the Bible. Just, I think, Christian orthodoxy, based on a trinity of substance. I mean, the word substance appears. I'm not saying something obscure. They had an impossible task, and it's a task totally irrelevant to the Bible. It was simply out of Roman culture, and the influence of the Roman Empire in Western culture is enormous, even now. But the Westerners to come to the East to teach Easterners about how wonderful Rome was, I mean, they don't do it explicitly, that's nonsense. It's just one of the mistakes, one of the many mistakes that we have made historic, and I come from a missionary family that was totally unconscious of transmitting Roman values. So I'm not attacking my parents in any, but nevertheless, it's important to understand history so we can be free from unintentional mistakes. The Eastern Church has not been nearly as war-oriented. But you know the history of the West, when Charlemagne wanted to recover the Roman Empire, this time it was going to be called Holy. That was worse, to use Christianity as a way of sanctifying war. And he forced his bishops to bless the soldiers. And if they died on the battlefield fighting for him, for the Holy Roman Empire, they'd go straight to heaven. I mean, this is awful, totally irrelevant. Jesus, you can't blame that on Jesus. He'd say anything that would encourage it. But when the Roman emperor decided to embrace the church, so that high position in the church was a source of power, a different kind of sought leadership in the church. And the Catholic Church called Roman Catholic. It's not a secret matter. And even in the 19th century, the universities in England, like Oxford and Cambridge, central to that teaching were the classics, and the classics meant above all. So, to teach the East to bow before Rome is one of the most absurd things I can think of. Obviously, conservative biblicists don't like what I say, but nevertheless, I think the Bible is an absolutely unique book. There is no other source of radical historical thinking and of relating the meaning of our lives to what's going on in history. This is of such importance that although the Bible it's the library of the Hebrew covenant people. They were not errant and infallible or any of that kind of stuff. But they had a sense of reality that the world badly needed. And the West, it was problematic. There are lots of problems. But if we pay close attention to Jesus, we can have that. We can have what is positively important about the Bible without such things as wishing ill of one's enemies. I mentioned the Isaiah passage that Jesus quotes. Look it up sometime. You can see Jesus stopped before he got to that sentence. That sentence was very dangerous. So we're very fortunate to have the teachings of Jesus. So I'm radical, but I don't think being radical is a mistake.
Thank you, Professor Cobb. We still have about 30 minutes. Any other questions from the floor?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
You have questions?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, we could hear.
Yes. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Cobb. my pleasure to sit here to have a conversation with you, and thank you very much for your presentation this morning. And you talk about all this process thought and science and religious issues. I think those are very important. I agree with that. Those are very important in terms of thinking, dealing with the question of historical crisis, including ecological crisis.
Yeah.
But here in Taiwan, I just need your comment or your wisdom. Here in Taiwan, the historical crisis, not just ecological sense, but also political sense. How do you see? Yeah. How do you see that? How do you see that? Christian theologian or theological statement, hypothesis, whatever, to make to deal well the question of peace.
Yes.
When we are facing the intimidation from China. Okay. In addition to ecological crisis questions, I think this is also another historical crisis for Taiwanese people, that we are facing this kind of intimidation that may ultimately lead us to lose our right of self-determination, all this stuff. I don't know how do you see with this? And my second question is more easier. I saw that there is a center of ecological civilization in Korea. I think that's the branch office over there.
Yes.
Is there any branch office here in Taiwan? Do you know of in Taiwan? Is there a branch office of ecological civilization? Since I have been joined that, I receiving data from those institutions, including the Center of the Process Studies, but I barely find another colleagues who can work on this all together to promote ecological civilization. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, I will say, obviously, the term that we use is not decisive. But one can call what one is hoping for and working for by a variety of names. In the New Testament, it's called the Basileia Theou, which I translate as the divine commonwealth. There's nothing about that Basileia says it has to be ruled by a king. So the monarchic language got into Christianity very early, but it's not Jesus' language. Anyway, I think that ecological civilization is a name, and we have spent a lot of time in Claremont in conferences, ecological civilization, to spell out. And of course, in every country, you spell it out in relationship to the situation of the country. But the term ecological, I mean, what I do care about, and I hope would appear in everybody's statement of their goals, is a deep recognition of how we are all interconnected. You see, my hatred of substance thought is that it denies that there are any real interconnections. And if you just read one of textbooks in economics, that's what they tell you. There are no real interconnections, just individuals who compete. And that picture of the world is killing us. So I hope that everybody's ecological civilization, or everybody's vision, the community is another term Christians can use. Ecological civilization can be used by people from any religion, I think. I don't think it offends any religion or secular people. And we've got to all work together. So good to have a term that has it. But I think everybody understands that in analogy, things are interconnected in ways that if you pull one thing out, other things collapse.
Yes.
So I like that term. And the term civilization is a good one. There are people, very understandably, who say it's civilization as such that is the problem. Before civilization, people lived in a sustainable way, and they understood themselves as part of the natural world. So I respect argument. I've engaged in arguments about that, but I think we cannot envision ourselves living in an before, as the world was before civilization emerged, with a positive hope. At least that's my view. There are too many features of civilization that I won't give up easily.
Yeah.
And I think some other people may be more dependent on that than I am. So I think to say we want a civilization, but we want a different civilization. We want a civilization that the Vatican's, I mean, Pope Francis, Laudato Si, uses the word integral ecology. That means that human beings are integrated into the ecology. I happen to have a little, I love him and admire him for that document, so don't misunderstand me. But I prefer, for various reasons, an ecological civilization. Well, but if somebody says, I don't like that term, perfectly all right, just ask them, what kind of a world would you like to develop? And then begin discussing that. But it's good if you have a name for it. And if we can think, even in my attack on the university, on the very modern university, I think it's for me to describe what I think how we should be educating our children and our youth, rather than spend all of my time, as too often do, lamenting what we're doing. I'm confessing my sins here, please. But no one can describe what we long for things to be like. The less of the kind of we were talking about before. If you just say the world we want to live in is very different from the world we are living in, that doesn't make people feel guilty. But then if we can talk about what we think would be better. Now, the specifics about the relations of Taiwan and China, you all know about it than I do, so but I'm not trying to keep any secrets. My view is that it had been better some time ago if Taiwan, first it was one that did not want to give up its official representation of the whole China. So if it had given that up during the time that it internationally recognized, I think we wouldn't be having the problems that we have had in more recent years. I understand now actually favor the two-China system. But then China shifted to the one-China system, only now Beijing was to be the capital rather than Taipei. And that has, I think, made relations between China and Taiwan worse than it had simply been separate countries. So if you had what I wish had happened, I can tell you. Now, of course, that what one wishes had happened is not the basis for advising. Right now, I personally believe that China has given up. The United States has won the battle. I would be more worried about your becoming a lackey of the United States than a lackey of China. That's my perception of the situation. I will also mention that I do not think that I think, well, most of us live by propaganda. We don't want to, but that a few years ago, maybe 2 years, I'm unreliable in terms of when. I read a piece in the New York Times, which was written with great sophistication. And it said, this is purely speculative. We have no evidence of it. But it may be that in Beijing, they think now is a good time to recover control of Taiwan. Okay. Now there's no, they acknowledge, you see, we didn't say that was what anybody was thinking, but it suggested that idea. Then other pieces refer back to the New York Times says the Chinese are becoming more aggressive, something. I don't know, whatever they say. It goes from one to another. I do not think that, I think that the heightened alarm in recent times is a product of American propaganda rather than anything else. I will share my views about all this. And again, you understand, I don't claim any expertise, but I have been watching what's happening in history. And a couple of years ago, the Beijing announced that it was ordering a large number of modern nuclear weapons. It has not been mentioned in any American papers then, but the original announcement.
Wow.
And the delivery would probably have come this year. And I was quite sure that this year, the United States would act to prevent that from happening. Nuclear is the one area in which the military world now, the one area in which U.S. had overwhelming superiority. I mean, I'm not saying that the U.S. Navy isn't more powerful than the Chinese Navy, but the Chinese Navy could put up a big fight, especially if the naval battles were in this part of the world. And Air Force, and of course, the idea of the U.S. landing troops on the mainland of China and conquering it is almost unimaginable. But that the U.S. could kill every Chinese 2 or 3 times, and the Chinese could not deliver a single weapon to the United States. That was a situation the United States liked, and it did not want it ended. So I think that is the main reason the United States decided to use Taiwan as an instrument to push China back. So China has agreed to give up Taiwan. China has, I'm confident, has agreed to give up its nuclear ambitions. And the United States is doing all it can to prevent China from having access to the cutting edge technology and chips. I don't think China is a threat to you now. I mean, I'm not saying 20 years from now it won't be, you know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
But right now, China has moved off from competing with the United States.
Okay.
It had to choose between competing and being nuclear destroyed or giving #1 status to the US and fitting into the US design. You understand?
Thank you.
Just my personal opinion.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think ultimately it concerns the survival of Taiwanese civilization or something, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think you have a pretty good opportunity now. I assume that your situation will be something like South Korea.
Yeah.
South is very prosperous. The people have lots of freedom, but the army is controlled by the United States. So it does not have any national freedom.
Thank you very much, Cobb. I think the time is up for this session. We are truly grateful for your inspiring talk to enrich our conference. So we'll give our big hand to Dr. Cobb. Okay, we'll hand over the floor to Hye-kyung.
Okay, thank you so much. Actually, we have here in floor also have questions. Our students have questions. So I think just short question, Esther. Hwang-fu, is okay. We have just one question here. Professor Hwang, as a moderator, you could allow us have one more question here.
It's okay to me. Yeah, it's okay to me.
Okay, Esther, our alumni already. She graduated. Okay, Esther.
Okay, thank you so much for Professor John for your impressive work. I am very, amazed by what you have done so far. And then I want to ask your perspective about artificial intelligence development. As we know that artificial intelligence development will also bring the destruction as well for our Earth. So what do you think? What is the alternative way that we can suggest for the development of AI that can help the humanity rather than destroy it? Thank you so much, Professor John.
If you would say it one more time, the sound was key, and I didn't catch words to answer you.
Okay. So my question is, what do you think? What is your perspective toward artificial intelligence development? What is your suggest for the artificial intelligence, since the development of artificial intelligence can bring destruction to our Earth? So do you think that we have alternative way to support the artificial intelligence to develop, to save the humanity rather than to destroy it? Thank you so much. AI, yeah, AI, the development of AI.
Are you asking my view of East Asian development?
No, the development of AI.
AI,
artificial intelligence.
Just that part of it.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
I'm
artificial intelligence.
Yes, I'm even farther from being an expert on AI than I'm on any of these other topics. I frankly think that our prospects, the prospects of the world now, are for how I put it, for figuring out how to survive in the midst of a kind of chaos we really can't imagine. And I doubt that AI will play much role. If the world were going to continue along the lines that modernity has brought it to, AI would play a very large role. So don't misunderstand me. I'm not minimizing it, but the problems of if you think that the situation in Pakistan, where a third of the country was underwater, was disruptive, and it probably set back their technical development somewhat. Here, it's going to be more places are going to be like that. And, at some point, maybe 5 years, a rather change is expected. And these changes are going to result in enormous social unrest. It's the social unrest probably will come before. And in the United States, a minor storm blocks the main highway going north. Now, of course, in normal times, within a few days, we send in, the highway gets opened. Now, we've just had, I mean, to me, what has happened is minor. I just think it's going to be 10 times more. The railway workers of the United States were going on strike. Okay. The government outlawed it. Well, the government is going to try to outlaw social chaos. But I don't think that can work indefinitely. When the railway system doesn't work, when the highways are clogged and naturally upset, blocked, we're not going to be thinking about AI, we're going to be thinking about where's my next meal coming from. That's why I think it's so important to develop local self-sufficiency. And again, this is my thinking, especially about what's happening in the United States. And Taiwan may not have that kind of prospect. I think I know the Japanese better, and I think Japan would be the last place to collapse under social chaos. I contrasted say there are two countries that have dealt with population, with ending population growth in highly visible and effective ways. One of them was China, and they did so with laws and compulsion. The other was Japan, and I would think of Japan as a tribal country. Tribal culture, and the tribal culture can just decide things on its own. It doesn't require any hierarchy to do it for it. So I think Japan is probably the one that's going to suffer the least. But the United States is very non-tribal. I mean, well, you might say there are thousands of tribes, but thousands of tribes always on the edge of being quarrelsome, not a basis for feeling secure when people, I mean, right now, COVID has been used as everything else is used for very rich to become rich. I'm talking about the United States. I don't know in Taiwan. For the very rich to become much more rich, for inflation to be faster than the rise in wages. In other words, ordinary workers are less well off than the rich are. This is worse and worse, and the general resentment is getting greater and greater. And if they continue to take advantage of everything that is to get richer, that will be social experience. I mean, the United States is going to go through all of this peacefully. They may take place before the greatest natural crises come. But local communities that are able to meet their own needs, which are very few in this country right now. They can survive all kinds of things. But the food on our plates, I'm told the average food has traveled 1,000 miles before we eat it. That requires social order. Okay, so I'm afraid that's a rather remote way of dealing with your problem. It's just, that would be an important issue for me if I did not think that the situation was going to be so desperate.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, Janka, for all the speeches for today. Thank you so much. I think so AI also need to be a kind of social or any kind of issues really coming up. You know, maybe our next topic to deal. Okay, thank you so much. All right, so I think we now have a time for break, but before that, can we take a photo all together? So please open your camera for the internet online participants. Can you please open your camera? And also, people, please come to the front of there. We could just take a photo. Okay, please come here. Yeah, before I have a break, I want you all open your camera. Let's take a photo together. And also, I will introduce you later. We have also, new person to come. So please move. Do we have
I don't know what you want to do.
So yeah, you could just stay open camera. We're going to take a photo. Yes.
Okay. No problem.
So where's the? Yes. So please come. Please come, everybody. Okay. First Paku. Yeah. Please come, everybody. Yes. Okay, Guani, take your time. Okay, so we could go. So you could, yeah. Can you also what? Can you have a camera to see them what we're doing, right? Yeah, we have Yuri, just come. Liz, can you hold it? Yes. Okay, so yes. While we are here, also, I want to say, Professor Hong Ching-yi, yes, we are here, so we will be your next keynote speaker. Thank you. Yes, a little bit lower, yes. And then, yes, I saw the Professor MP Joseph. Professor MP. Yeah. And Professor Santos, Agostansus. Yes. Yeah. Santos saw. Yeah. And Miss Tin. And then, Professor Huang Zhaoxing 老师, Professor Huang Zhaoxing, Huang 老师. And Grace Wu 老师, Zhu 老师. All right, good. And do I missing somebody? Because also we are all, cooperation. So someone I don't know, but I'm sorry I didn't really call your name. But before it was Professor, even Jin Guangguan was there, but I think he just left. And Miss Togo Hutagaro. Mr. I'm sorry, what's the Mr. Professor Togo. Yes, also good to see you. And Elvis Kisala. Yes, Elvis. Yeah, Elvis. All right, and Daniel. Sembo, Professor Sembo. That's yeah, that's really great. If I'm missing you, I'm sorry. We will also have time later. So I think you guys need to be a little bit lower, yeah, because also we need to back people. Yeah, sure, that would be great. Okay. Okay, please, everybody smile. No mask, please.
So what now? Are we done?
Not yet.
Oh,
Okay, one more time. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
okay, thank you.
Now we have a taking break about 10 minutes, so we will begin the 11:25. Is that all okay for all of us? I'm sorry, a little bit delayed, but but we have the lunchtime later, so I'm sorry about a little bit delayed. But let's take a break until 11:25. How about that? I will meet you again 11:25. Okay, bye bye now. For now, bye bye.
the second keynote speaker, and I would like to introduce our next keynote speaker is Prof. Ching Horng, and I will read some short bio of him. So, Prof. Ching, he is the International Program for Sustainable Development at the International College of Practice and Education for the Environment, Taiwan, and he is a USR Green Community Office, Tanjung Christian University, of course, Taiwan, and he is associate professor, acting dean of the International College of Practice and Education for the Environment. And Prof. Ching educational background is graduate PhD environmental science from Rutgers, the State University of New Jersey, USA, and the master is from MES Civil and Environmental Engineering from NYU Polytechnic School of Engineering, New York, US. And he has a duty or specialty in pollution ecology, environmental management, environmental microbiology, participant. And he has some publication, Prof. Horng, enhancing river patrol team management through stakeholder discussion facilitated by World Cafe methodology. A case study in Taiwan, Journal of Cleaner Production, volume 140. So we would like to welcome again Prof. Ching Horng. I hope I correctly say it right here. So we would like to welcome Prof. Ching, and time is yours, Prof.
Okay. I hope everybody can hear me well. Can you hear me?
Yep, it's good.
Okay, it's good. Okay, thank you for the introduction. And my dear friends from all over the world, it is my honor to be invited to the Theology and International Symposium. Being an environmental scientist instead of a theologist, and serve as an educator in college, I would like to use this opportunity to tell you what has been done in Christian University for the environment, and I hope I can serve my duty for the conference. Today, I will first talk about why practice and education are important to the environment, and talk about our efforts on practice and education, and finally give you my conclusion talk. Why practice and education are important to the environment, especially in an era to facing climate change. Among challenge to all mankind's survival, I like to give you some scientific facts published recently. The recent published data by the Global Carbon Project this year has shown the global atmospheric carbon dioxide concentration increased from around 280 parts per million in 1750, which is before industrial evolution, to around 420 parts per million in 2022. The concentration has increased up 51%. We all know that the carbon dioxide serves as the greenhouse gas that can increase global temperature by breaking out, reflecting long lengths light from existing the Earth. The increasing concentration of carbon dioxide make the Earth warmer and warmer. The data also demonstrate carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is largely produced by anthropogenic carbon emission here. Emission of burning fossil fuel upon creating carbon budget in and out of the biosphere. The emission of carbon dioxide global annual average for the decade from 2012 to 2021 show that 40 gigatons of carbon dioxide is emitted to the atmosphere each year by human activity. So who should be blamed for drastic change of the global temperature? Right, it's you and me, the people that use much of petroleum products and fossil fuel-based energy. It's convenient to pump out the carbon stored underground during the Carboniferous period. In a way, we are returning the Earth climate back to 300 million years ago. And at the time, the human race is not even evolved yet. Although the international effort has been proposed to control the carbon emission, global fossil carbon dioxide emissions still reach 37.1 gigatons in 2021, which is about 63% over 1990. This demonstrates the failure of the Kyoto Protocol of United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. So reach of 1.0% higher than last year. Studies projected different atmospheric greenhouse gas concentration and the global temperature by different living style of human society. The two extreme, RCP 8.5, assume that the greenhouse gas emission will continue to rise throughout the current century, and RCP 2.6 assumes that emission reached a peak between 2010 and 2020, the decline thereafter. The high emission scenario of RCP 0.5 will bring global temperature go as high as 4.87 degrees C by the end of the century. Only on the other hand, the low emission scenario of RCP 2.6 estimate the global temperature is only to 0.27 degrees C. Is very likely that global temperature will increase about 1.5 degrees C for all scenarios except RCP 2.5. This is why in 2015, the Paris Agreement target to control the temperature rise within 1.5 degrees C. And the United Nations announced the Sustainable Development Goals, so-called SDGs, specifically set goals for 2030 in 17 key elements. The 70 SDGs cover 169 targets and 230 indicators. Comparing the tradition of addressing pollution control, the UN SDGs emphasize on environmental justice and fairness. Clear goals and indicators are transformed into quantifiable and trackable performance. Taiwan as an island country is deemed affected by the climate change. For example, increasing intensity of heavy rains in future under climate change is expected. Climate change will make Taiwan's extreme rainfall more obvious, including the number of days of heavy rain and the intensity of the precipitation. It is expected that in Yilan, in Hualien, in the east, as well as the central and the southern mountains area, will have those heavy rain by the end of the century. In response to the global warming, 128 countries has announced net zero emission goal in March 2021. Taiwan also announced its 2050 net zero carbon path in April of 2021. This is a picture, a graph from the Facebook of Taiwan's President Chai last year. The net zero carbon path is fossil fuel-based vehicle should all be changed to electric-based vehicles, and the renewable energy should increase 60 to 70%. 2050. Okay, so people who can avoid the risk, the opportunity of climate change can survive. This theme become a challenge to college graduate students upon entering the society. University should cultivate leaders who will become challenge for the next stage. College students should use the campus and its surroundings, communities as the practice field for learning as to a sustainable development thinking. Okay, this is my first part. And on the second of my talk, I would like to share with you what we have been done in Chang Christian University. The first is how we have evolved and what we have been done for a river adjacent to the CJCU. The name is River. Chang Christian University, located in the southern Taiwan, is a private, religious, and relative young university with an age of 29. CJCU is dedicated to the core values of worshiping God, loving human beings, cherishing things, and giving devotion, and a committed goal of being locally engaged, globally connected, a leading university with social responsibility through continuous improvement in quality education. CJCU consists on taking up its social responsibility through education and make it a part of the school development policy by materializing four emphasizes ecological justice, common good with equity, care for disadvantaged groups, and communication stakeholders. Well, under the university's mission, we have involved greatly on the restoration of Horng River. For almost 20 years, CJCU has played a key role in mobilizing and coordinating public participation in efforts to clean up Horng River. The river, which formed the bond of the CJCU campus, was heavily impaired by pollution for decades, and was one of the 9 rivers placed on the priority list by the Taiwan Environmental Protection Administration 2002. The estuary of the Horng River had been the center of global scrap metal industry, and illegal environmental unfriendly metal recycling activity was conducted here from 1971 to 2001. The government removed 59 illegal metal recycling factories in 2001. However, the improvement of water quality remained difficult because let me take this out. Because because the pollution comes from massive organic loading from household water. Okay, it's about 55% of the pollution loading, and PFAS, which consists of 8% of the pollution load, and industrial activities, about 7% organic loading to the watershed. Also of no public sewer system, no satisfactory control of swine and industrial water, and most importantly, the lack of environmental awareness for most of people in the watershed. The Horng River pollution faced a very difficult challenge in 2002. I would like to show some photos of the things we encountered in year 2002. We can easily find the animal bodies, industrial waste, and construction. As the result, estuary of Horng River turned red, and a massive fish killed by the polluted river water quality. When we use color to present the pollution level of river water quality, you can see the river here. This is Horng River, Horng. It's just a typical river in southwestern Taiwan. This reflects the long-term agents of the river environment that results in serious pollution. So what is the solution for the challenge? The solution to the challenge must include a sustainable public participation program and a more effective system of inspection for unlawful discharge of water. Because of the over hundreds of wastewater generating sources, but only a limited number of environmental investigators. Public environment in efforts to restore the environment numerous positive outcomes and can be critical to the system of sustainable development. CJCU recognized the need for a strategic coordination to tackle the problem of the river's severe pollution, and so to serve the bridge, the often unproductive communication between government agencies and environmental NGO. The River Restoration Center was established in 2002 as a joint project of the Taiwan EPA and the CJCU. To a large degree, the center has successfully achieving its initial objectives of the first, building a partnership among stakeholders, establishing a volunteer monitoring and river watch program. The third, promoting communication among government agencies and environmental NGO. The fourth, motivating environmental protection action of community residents toward the river environment. We have formed a coalition for urban river, now consists of communities, NGO, university, and schools. Members of the coalition adopt segment of the urban river and supply volunteers who are sent by the local environmental protection bureaus to patrol the river and to monitor quality and report pollution. Coalition members also assist in providing environmental education, encouraging public involvement, public policy development, and promoting river restoration in various ways. CJCU adds a unique dimension to the coalition by providing the coalition with academic and education expertise through research and education. The framework has become a general policy that our local environmental protection bureau should organize their own river watch teams. There are so far 486 river watch teams and over 14,000 river volunteers nationally. Since 2005, the urban river has gone to signs of environmental recovery. From chart, you can see the water quality index, a scale from 0 to 100 that divides the water quality into excellent, good, bad, very bad, and extreme bad. Simply a trend of the trend in 2005. Water quality has been improved, and the aquatic biodiversity has drastically increased. Our river has become an outdoor classroom for environmental education. In order to further link the protection of urban river with community development, CJCU River Restoration Center has held public meeting every year since 1996. Sorry, there's a typo here. It should be River Restoration Center. The meeting was held to discuss watershed environment issues on a regular basis. The efforts accompanied with Rewatch program has successfully improved the water environment of urban river. As you can compare the photos with the thing from the same angle place from between 2004, 12, and 2022. public participation has contributed to this success and is vital to the long-term recovery of the Horng River. Over the past 20 years, CJCU students have involved in the river watch activities through serving as through service learning, spatial topic, general education, or problem-based learning courses. Guiding students to experience and practice this governmental public participation system school and encourage them to initiate the same organization in their hometown upon graduation. To save their hometown river is very important and can resolve all of the river problem in Taiwan. I would say the restoration and protection of the river become an essential goal in the sustainable development of CJCU. This is how CJCU has participated and contributed the restoration in Taiwan. The university is grateful for the opportunity to play a vital role in promoting public involvement in the restoration project. On the basis of the River Restoration Center, we have further promote the practice and education for the environment in CJCU. I would like to give you some insight of what we have been done to establish an academic institute to initiate the action for the global involvement. The efforts to safeguard the Horng River with locals was recognized by Dr. Zhen Gudo in 2012 at her first visit to the river. She was impressed to see school children observing moss skippers and phyto crabs in a restored wetland that used to be a contaminated site for abandoned electric waste by scrap metal industry back to 1960 to 1990s. The restoration movement demonstrates the joint effort of public and government agencies. In 2014, the second time Dr. Zhen Gudo set her feet at the area joint effort to establish the International Zhen Gudo's Root and Shoot Eco Center on CJCU campus was announced by CJCU and the Zhen Gudo Institute. Since 2015, CJCU and the Zhen Gudo Institute, Taiwan have co-organized animal parade, which promote recycling and biodiversity, and a watershed school camps to inspire youngsters to look at the environment and to spread the Root and Shoot spirit. Root and Shoot is a global action program founded by Dr. Zhen Gudo in 1991. The program aims to inspire, empower, and encourage young people over the world to take action for people, animals, and the environment. In order to do more, CJCU established International College of Praxis and Education for the Environment, so-called ICEE. In 2016, applied that to Ministry of Education, and Dr. Zhen Gudo agreed to serve as the honorary dean for the college. 2017, CJCU establish the International College of Practice and Education for Environment to participate international sustainable action through experimental education and action learning. Within college, National Program for Sustainable Development, or called ISD, is a four-year graduate program, was established in 2017. The Goodall Institute around the world could recommend selected youngers who had participated in root and shoot project and show their enthusiasm in sustainable development to participate in the program. The John Goodall Scholarship was established by the University Board to further support the recommended attendance by the GI all over the world. Candidates from low-income countries will receive additional support for living and transportation. The curriculum of IPSD focus on action learning, student-based practical modules, the year-round long root and shoot industry. CJCU to cultivate international youngers to dedicate to sustainable development and social progress in both local and international contexts. So within the ICPE, the International John Goodall and Shoot Eco Center follows the practice of the university development strategy by promoting root and shoot action through on-campus and off-campus environmental education activities. The Root and Shoot Center provides a base for expansion of CJCU's environmental action from river remediation to overall environmental sustainability. It is time to guide students to learn and reflect environment through volunteer service and community action. To connect the education and the community development, the College of ICPE also organized a university social responsibility project named Root and Shoot Action for Green Community from local to the national. To implement mutual benefit among communities and the university. The project concerned about community development and environmental issue introduced community issue to stimulate students' motivation for learning, creative solution, and professional practice, and propose solution to local issues and work together with local communities for sustainable prosperity. There are several tests has been done to connect to the college student to the green community development, including English green picture book teaching. Since 2018, 30 IPSD students have served as the storytellers. In 45 teaching, there were 645 kids have been attended. The topic of the picture book include environmental protection, green energy, ecological conservation, gray face wood protection, ethical culture sharing. The project has held Green Life English camp since 2018. In the camp, our IPSD students have served as teaching assistant. In 5 camps, 150 kids have been attended. The courses in the camp include solar energy, water resources, wind power generation, and climate change. The college has also held Root and Shoot Pacific Youth Summit since 2020 with Zhengudo Institute Taiwan every year. In annual summit, totally 65 youth from 12 countries has attended. 10 country action plans have been proposed and implemented. Action plans include Pacific Youth Council, Asian Pacific Storyboard Video Petition, Wild Campers, Urban Forest in 2020. Plugin Project, Sustainable Education Medias, Our Waters in 2021. Prior to Being a Girl care program, which I will talk about later, and a more online course in this year. Since 2020, joint efforts among Japan, Taiwan, Philippines were meant to protect great buzzard, migration species that were threatened by local habitats. A bilingual picture book, Great Journeys, was published to be used as the picture book for environmental education. The college also co-hosts the International Summit on Great Fast Food, and the international students also participate in a Great Buzzard Art event hosted by the Kending National Park Service 2021. This year, we started to push the Taiwan experience. The place most of our IPSD students from. There are 3 programs were initiated: care project, water quality monitoring workshop, and air quality monitoring workshop. The care project aimed to resolve urban or menstrual poverty. Our students, Benica, went back to Tanzania to teach girls to make sanitary pads process. Boys encouraged to participate. More effort have been taken to practice in Tanzania, Eswatini, and Uganda. This echoes to SDG 4, the quality education, and SDG 5, gender equality. During the summer, there were totally 24 workshops in village and school were held, and totally 1,400 participants. For water quality monitoring workshop, 2 workshops in schools were held. We have provided water quality testing kits during the workshop. The effort is to awaken people's awareness of importance of clean water and echo to SDG 6, the clean water and salinity. IPSD students contribute what they have learned in Taiwan as the volunteer in River Watch team to his hometown. For air quality monitoring workshop, the workshop has held in community center, and simple air quality monitoring equipment was provided and demonstrate how it can be operated. The effort is to awaken people's awareness of the importance of air pollution and through SDG 13, the climate action. Okay, finally, I would like to give you some conclusion for talk. The function of a university is not only to research for unknown, collect talent, but also to promote culture, serve the society, and promote the development of the country. Taking the responsibility of connecting to the local, CJCU has gained its reputation on social responsibility with the long-term devotion to river restoration and the community. CJCU takes environmental education and sustainability as the main theme in the long-term efforts, which meet the current international trend of social responsibility. Facing the pressure of environmental uncertainty, of change, and hence societal variability, a university should emphasize its role on society reform. And action learning education in a university allows students to participate in solving environmental problems during the learning process, which help to cultivate responsible citizens for the challenge of the net zero carbon emission. Thank you for your attention. Maybe the rest of it I can end with questions.
Right. Thank you, Professor Singh, for the presentation. I think this is great presentation. If I can see the figure one from the presentation of the Professor Singh, it's about the mission of the GCCU. I can see from the presentation how the professor is trying to bring the carbon impact in the world, and he going to from the world to see the impact of Taiwan, and then mention about how impact the raining in Taiwan is getting more and more, and then from the Taiwan is going to especially in the CJCU, in the context of CJCU, and how CJCU can involve in the carbon emission. And then after I can see from the CGC and how the CGC working through the tour. I think this is a great example for the campus. He worked with the environmental ecology, and then I can see from the river a few things is happen is improving. Even is take a time. I can see the timeline how the river from the dirty into the river getting clean. But I can see how the improvement is from the water, and then the community development, and then even can be sport a place for students. And from there I see not only local the GCCU and community, and then from there GCCU bring this horse into from local into international. I think this is a great presentation how from the from the campus, the university can bless or can be an example to the world from the local, the international. So again, thank you for the presentation, Prof. Singh. And I would like to open a question or comment for Professor Singh. Anyone to want to ask and comment floor, and then to the online audience, I would like to welcome question and comment, please.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see Prof. John Cobb raising hand.
Professor John Cobb, you need to unmute the microphone, the sign. Yeah, you could see the bottom part. Yes. Yes.
Good.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh,
Thank you.
wonderful. Okay.
Wonderful. Yes.
I'm going to learn a little technology in spite of myself. No, I just wanted to say, I talked about what was wrong with our universities, and I didn't focus on colleges because they're not quite like that in general. But I must say that you have solved all of those problems, and you are exactly what I think a Christian college should be. So it was quite wonderful for me to listen to you and give me a model that I can report.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I would say the problem is keep coming up because changing society. So the university need to promote these kind of changes to connect education, the environment. Then we train parents to face the future challenge.
Yeah. You've gone a long way already.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor John Cobb. Anyone would like any comment and question again from the floor, or anyone from online from the Google Meet? Welcome. So, Professor Singh, maybe I would like to ask a question. So, how you attract the student to involve, like in the community service endeavor? So, how you impress the student working with that?
Well, I have tried different way. At the first beginning, there are students from my department. I will actually have teach its departments. For a long time, I as faculty members, occupational safety and health. I have a special topic students, both in undergraduate and graduate. I have my own groups of students. They are doing research with me. So at the beginning, they are the basis of our restoration teams. And from there, I see the changes. So, and also I challenge myself, I think maybe 10 years ago, that in CJCU time, we have over 10 students on campus. So, I challenge myself that further promote this other students in other departments if I want to promote public participation for all people to involve. So why not? I should not limit it to my own groups. So I open courses in general education and try to use just windows a semester with the course design with the training, like a gender training workshop for the riverman teams. apply for the funding from Ministry of Education to bring out students, bring out students to the rivers. So there are several semesters I try that in the general education. It's to affect some of the faculty members. They have same idea with me. So there is a post group called Urban River Academy. I think in the general education, if I 二人系学堂, it is a group of that designed the faculty members and their courses, the river environment, the teaching resources. So this attempt enlarge participation of schools, faculty and students. Nowadays, the school is supposed form a formal academic institute called ICP to promote the school-wide activity. Also, we recruit the international students to the college.
Okay, thank you, Professor Jing.
Okay, then I could have a question.
Okay.
Here. Yes. Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Horng. Since I come to the CJCU, everybody, really talk about your project. So I was so impressive, and this is good time to, to see how you have all the things together. But at the same time, I want a little bit more curious about the Jane Goodall's, Root and Shoot Institute. So any kind of working with her is really better way to do it. So if you have any kind of any story like your project and Professor Jane Goodall's way is how you making the all cooperating together. That's the one just my simple question for you. How do you think?
The stories.
How do you make a cooperation with not the real story? It's okay. Just any kind of project, maybe help know about your project and also kind of Jane Goodall's an institution. Yeah, maybe.
Okay, see, Jane Goodall has promoted a social program in 1991. So far, there are over 10,000 rural projects, lot more all around the world. So this is a very good, resources of talent and younger with the motivation to save the world. So CJCU, the IPSD initial program for sustainable development to recruit most people. CJCU. This is a way for to involve into the international issues for sustainable development. And I think Jane Goodall from 2012, she's really impressed about our efforts for participation. She agreed that solution should come out of cooperation between parties and the governments. So she also supports that the root and shoot student, root and the youngest, especially from developing countries, should come to Taiwan to Western society like United States and because they are all well past the times. So this is why I said this is an action learning model. We teach the student because by the process we are simple process we are on ongoing development. I hope I have answered your question.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. And
Okay, thank you, Mark. I can see someone asking a question. So, Miss Esther,
I
and
think
then after
Professor
that,
Janka has
is
a
it?
question. I think Professor Janka has a question, and also Professor Yusa, one student also have a question. So maybe you could just.
Yeah, I can see Esther and then Prof. John is raising hand. I would like to give Esther first and then Professor John. Okay, go ahead.
Check. Okay. Okay. So thank you, Professor Horng. Okay, for your presentation. Yeah, I am also an alumni in CJCU, and I used to help also in IPST program as a translator. Back then in last year, I think, or 2 years ago. Okay, so I was so impressed by the work of IPST, and at that moment I also think, okay, so I also transferred to IPST program because I think I can learn a lot of new things. But then Professor Park looked at me and said, no. Okay, so I really like how the IPST do the action-based learning, and how they teach the student by action, and how they involve the students in the learning system. And my question here is about Jane Goodall Root and Shoot program, because I heard in your presentation that you mentioned that Jane Goodall program or the scholarship is also provided for the international students. So from what I know so far, I thought that the scholarship was only for the African student before. So yeah. So I think I thought that it's only for some groups of students. So I don't really know that actually it's open internationally, and it also can be accessed from I don't know. So I need this kind of information because I am Indonesian student. Yeah. How if maybe some of the friends that I know from Indonesia who love to talk about who love to study about the environment and so on also can apply for the Jane Goodall this program or the scholarship. Thank you.
Your mic.
Yeah, so is it possible to be applied also for the Indonesian students just like me?
Professor Horng, you need to turn on the microphone, please.
Right. Well, it seems the voice is not clear, but I would say you encouraged to our program, and also you are encouraged to take courses in the future.
Yeah. Okay,
Great,
later.
thanks.
You could see him. Okay, Professor Jankar's question. I think Professor Yusa, how about the Professor Jankar? Yeah, can we invite him?
Yeah, the connection is from CJCU. I mean, from your room is like the voice is breaking up. So I don't think can hear well, and then I cannot hear well too. So it's kind of like breaking up the voice from there.
Okay, so I think
together what you first showed us about the extreme amount of rain that's going to be falling on one with your work in the river basin. Are the rivers likely to become unmanageable with that much rain, or is that not going to be a problem?
Well, basically, we can, well, there are three problems for the river waters. One is too much of water, which is the flooding problem, and then the too dirty of water, which is the pollutions, and too less of the water is the water resources. The three types of problem are interconnected and will be affected strongly by climate change. The flooding problem here, the data I use just an example is three kinds of the problem: too dirty, too little, and too much of water will be certainly happen for the climate change. For example, a few years ago, in CJCU, we have several faculty members use urban river water as a geographic area to simulate, to predict what will happen by the end of the century in the effect of the climate change. And I'm the PA of the project that concerned with the river quality. Simulation, we go to RCP 0.5, the worst case scenario. All of the government cleanup action, cleanup will be by the climate change. But if we stick for RCP 4.5, which is the one a bit worse than RCP 2.6, the current aim will be held if we encourage all of swine wastewater recycle back to the agricultural field. So some of the research results are provided to government to think about their cleanup actions. I hope I answer your question.
yes. Also, we have time. Also, Professor Yusa.
Yeah, we are reaching. The time is 11 Jakarta. I believe in Taiwan is 12:30. According to the schedule on the right side, 12:30. Is it correct, Prof. Park? But yeah, since Professor Horn already answered Professor John, so maybe I will the last chance. Maybe from CJCU from S would like to try again. Esther would like to ask a question.
So for her question is the Indonesian students want to apply the IPSD program. So is that all possible with the same situation? That's the scholarship, especially kind of scholarship. Yes, that's her question. But I see the one hand, Yuko Singa.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Horng, would you like to respond to Esther?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question. It's about scholarship?
Yeah, is there a scholarship for the Indonesian?
Maybe. Because the CJCU Budo's scholarship is under the cooperation and honor cooperation with Dr. Zheng. So far, the applicants need to obtain the application letter from Zheng Gudo Institute all around the world, not just in Africa. In every country, if they have Zheng Gudo Institute, they recommend later, they have chance to receive the scholarship. Well, we hope enlarge the service scale, but all of the scholarship sponsored by the board CJCU, we are a private school and we have only a limited seats, but we do this by the university's responsibility. So also seeking for more funding help from the enterprise or the society. But so far, we just limited to the recommendation of JGI.
Okay, thank you, Professor.
Actually, I have a few words to add. IPSD, we recruit students from everywhere in the world. Besides scholarship, we several students who received Taiwan scholarship, which are provided by Forestry or Ministry of Education. So any student from any countries, if you have this scholarship, you can apply for IPSD, or you can just come if you can cover your own expenses. We do open for everyone. And as Professor Horng just said, there are JGIs all over the world, and it's not in your country. Managed to contact to any JGI in the world and make them know you, make them understand what you're trying to do and what you like to contribute. If they can give you endorsement, then you are eligible to receive the scholarship. But still, you have to go through all the screening. We have more and more applicants here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eddie. So,
thank you, Director Huang. Director Huang is director of the IPSD.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I need park committee. Is it possible for one more question, or we need to close right now?
Yeah, one question from the.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Park. So we received a question from Yoka Signal. So go ahead. Need to open the microphone, please.
You
unmute, please.
You please open your microphone. Hey, he disappeared. She disappeared. Oh yeah, I think, yeah. Then maybe network problem now. So Professor Yusak.
Okay. So once again, we would like to appreciate and thank you for our keynote speaker, Professor Horng, for the presentation on practice and education for the environment. And we would like to give a big clap for the Professor
Thank you
Horng.
so much.
And once again, I would like to give the floor to Prof. Park right now.
Yes, thank you so much, all the Professor Yusak, and this morning's the keynote speaker, Professor John Cobb, and Professor Horng. Thank you so much, and we have this is really a wonderful place to have some theological understanding and practice at the same time. But yes, now we have to also eat, so please go to your. We have the time for lunch, so we come back 1:30 Taiwan time. Taiwan time, 1:30, yes. Alrighty, yes, I think we kind of, yes, please take your lunch, 50 minutes? 50 minutes, yes, please. Thank you so much. I will see you soon, later in 50 minutes.
123，123，test。3、1、2、3，测试声音。3、1、2、3，测试声音，测试声音。1、2、3，1、2-3，1-2-3，测试声音，测试声音。1-2-3，1-2-3，1-2-3，测试声音，测试声音。 123测试声音123测试声音测试声音123测试声音测试声音123测试声音测试声音123 123测试声音测试声音123 123test test
Okay, everybody, I think we need to begin this moment. Okay, everybody, are you there? Thank you for coming back. Yes. I know, I feel like a little bit rushed, right? But we have many presentations this afternoon, so I think we need to be checking the time. That's the I want to you who Professor Yoku Singal. Sorry about the disconnecting. So if you could also type in the questions, and then I will also deliver to Professor Hong Chi. Then it will be great, right? What about that? If you type the question, I could deliver to him. I think now, if he comes, yes, of course, you could ask him. But for now, I cannot see him, Professor Hong. So, you could write for the questions, and we will deliver to Professor Hong. All right, thank you for you guys all coming. I hope that you have some little break and lunch or any kind of tea time, and where you are. Thank you so much, you back. All right, so this session I'm going to have a presentation. So Bible and Net Zero, and I want to introduce moderator Elia Makan. So he is the research focused on the role of Christianity, especially sea conservation in Indonesia. So I think you could also have some connection with Professor Hong Chi, and he is also a lecturer at the SPT Moraya nowadays, and he is the member of Gracia GMIT, Protestant Evangelical Church in Timor, and then also he is really teaching at the he got the PhD at the Lincoln Theological Institute, University of Manchester, UK, and especially in maritime theology. I think this is so special. So I like to invite Professor Elia Makan. Elia Makan, are you there? Yes. Elia Makan, are you there? While waiting for him, Professor MP Joseph. MP 老师 Professor MP.
Yes.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's good to see you. To say hi. So nice to see your name. So.
For the invitation. Thank you for the info. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for coming. Yes, so nice. We are here, and Professor Yuksak is Professor Elia is there. Actually, I cannot see his name yet. I'm sorry. I really have a rush too much, right? So that's why I didn't even see the Professor Elia's link, but I just introduced too much. So also I could see some of our students, and Hussein and Yupa. Okay, sorry, Yupa. I see many times, but I didn't recognize your name, Yupa. Okay, and the Bright is there at the online. So Professor August, Professor August, do you think Elia should be there?
Yes.
Yeah, can you see him? Makan.
I will phone.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
That would be great, yes. We cannot really call him at this moment. All right, so, and then I see the new name, Agnesia Tinggi Atahau. Hello, Agnesia.
Hello.
Hello, where are you from? You're from Indonesia?
Yes, from Indonesia.
So which school?
Yes, STT Mario.
Mario. Okay, good.
And then what about Andrea Sembrin? Andreas Sembrin? Oh, maybe, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm in STT Moria too.
Okay, yes. Good, good, good.
Yeah,
Good to
from
see you.
STT Moria too.
Okay, thank you. And
Thank you.
Bright, Mbuya, Bright. Oh, yes. Still there?
Right.
Yeah, can you kind of little bit greetings? Can you have any greetings for us?
I am in a noisy place.
Oh, yeah. Yes, all the clapping. Woo! Okay. And Professor Horng, Zhaoxin, yeah, okay, we just also have some, words from you, but Professor Horng, you could say hi to you, to us, it would be great. Professor Horng, are you there? Yeah, maybe, he will be back soon, right? And then, Liang, Chayu Liang, can you open your microphone or camera?
Is it me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, hi. Yeah. Sorry, my camera
It's okay. Yeah.
is blocked by something, so it will be a bit of trouble to turn on the camera. But yeah, hi.
Chayu Liang, you're from Taiwan, or I'm sorry, I didn't really get where you're from.
Well, I'm from Taiwan, but at the moment I'm in the UK.
Oh, okay. Good to see here.
Nice meeting you.
Yes, okay. Chayu. All right, and then Dion. Sutrisno, right? I think. Don Sutrisno.
Yes, I'm from
Yeah,
STT
before
Moria.
we have a hi, but welcome back. Thank you so much. And okay, yes, and thank you. So what time right now in Indonesia? Is it 12:37 or also Indonesia is different?
The same, 12:37.
Okay, thank you so much. So Professor Yusang is Elia is there? Right. Then while waiting for then Elvis Kilasara. Elvis, are you there? Okay, then Esther is our Esther, right? Jibin, you want to say hi to Professor MP Joseph especially? You did? Okay.
Yeah, hello, Professor MP Joseph. Yeah, can you see me? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, hello, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. We already had a conversation. Yeah, Esther also.
Okay, thank you so much, guys. Okay. All right, so.
Please close this presentation so that you can control all.
I'm sorry?
Please close this presentation so you can see everything.
Yeah, so Elia is not there yet?
Yeah, you can control.
Okay, control, okay. All right, then I can control, but I do my presentation too. So, okay, yeah, sure, why not? All right, then maybe when Elias comes, I will give his microphone. Okay, first for us, we have the presentation by the Professor Agus Sang. Tosso from the STT Muraya, and then he is the pastor at the Isa Al-Masih Church in Jakarta, and he's also teacher at several seminary as a Moraya and the Reformed Theological Seminary Indonesia and Kepanas Theological Seminary and others. So he passed all of his education by obtaining PhD, BTH at the FDL Theological Seminary Indonesia, and the doctorate degree from the theology at the Heidelberg University in Germany. All right, so so honored to introduce you, Professor Augusto Santoso. Please have a big hands and welcome him.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, my sisters and my brothers. Can you hear voice?
Yes, sure. Yes, Agus.
Yeah, thank
So
you.
clear.
My presentation. First of all, I apologize. My English is very so if there are any wrong words, I apologize. This I changed the title of my paper to Combating Nature and Social Justice, Understanding the Term Tzedakah in the Old Testament. In this paper, I will examine the meaning of tzedakah in the Old Testament. Due to influence of Islamic theology in Indonesia, the meaning of the word tzedakah, in Arabic sedekah, is narrowed down to money or goods given to the poor and needy. But what does tzedakah actually mean? The meaning of tzedakah. I begin with Kruseman's opinion that there is a meaning of the term justice in the Old Testament, namely responsibility and salvation. On the one hand, there is an element of human responsibility in justice. This point found in the wisdom books, particularly in the book of Proverbs. God was seen in this tradition as a just God, justice God. Just God was understood here in terms of the retributive justice. Very clear case in this point is Psalm. A just God is a God who punishes people who act righteously. He will punish the wicked. The term justice in this case is very much related to juridical language. This is in accordance with definition of grammar is forensic and normative legalistic. On the other hand, term justice in Old Testament has an element of salvation. It is expressed as the relationship of human beings with God who saved them because of His justice. God here is not associated with God as judge who upholds the norms, but rather with God who saves people. Great Van Raat emphasizes that tzedakah is understood as a gift and never as a punishment. The term justice has a double meaning, is contradictory, the normative meaning, and secondly, the soteriological meaning. Firstly, normative meaning of tzedakah. Early wisdom tradition placed tzedakah as a rich and honor with me, and in word and tzedakah. The three words follow the words tzedakah, prosperity, are three synonyms, namely riches, honor, and wealth. The placement of the word justice after three synonyms was motivated the law of retribution. At time, reason at the time that wealth could be obtained if people practice tzedakah. The sense of is clear that doing justice in order to gain wealth is seen as a blessing from God. In contrary to this, the weak will be punished. The righteousness of the blameless keeps his ways, but the weak falls his own wickedness. Often the prophets before the exile saw the term tzedakah with forensic perspective. Upon seeing injustice, God enforces tzedakah on earth, which in this case often means punitive action. For though your people Israel be as the sand of the sea, only a remnant of them will remain. Destruction is the great flowing with tzedakah. Secondly, soteriological meaning of tzedakah. I will start with Roseman's statement. The word justice here is not simply asking about norm-based justice, but rather as with Aristotle's concept of justice, which ends under der Gerechtigkeit, the other of justice. In other words, was for Gerechtigkeit come, what happened after justice, wir brauchen mehr als nur Gerechtigkeit. We need more than just justice. Job had said, but why did he experience misfortune? Is this justice? If it is true that God performed a normative forensic act and made Job suffer, then he wrongly scrutinized Job, and he had actually performed tzedakah. In his monologue, Job questions this by saying, I hold fast my tzedakah and will not let it go. My heart does not reproach me for any of my days. With the question of whether God to God contract in doing, Job questioned why he who had practiced tzedakah had suffered such great misfortune. This is certainly not just another trial, test of faith. It would be a mistake if truth is only interpreted as a mere test of faith, as this understanding is very superficial. The philosophical question of the author is represented by Aristotle's philosophical question that there must be something other than justice. Something other than justice, or something beyond justice. God's answer to Job is a mysterious one, as it does not directly answer the questions revolving around legalistic justice. However, if we look further into God's answer, then this is where the real justice lies, namely God who cares for suffering human beings. Suffering in this case is not understood in terms of cause and effect, but is understood existentialistically, that humans are still alive in the world and can suffer. And this can be experienced by both good and bad humans. So justice here is understood as God's act of mercy to the world as Savior. This is what Job believed, for I know that my Redeemer lives, and at last he will stand upon the earth. And after my skin has been thus destroyed, then from my flesh I shall see God, whom I shall see on my side. And my eyes shall behold, and not another. My heart faints within me. So justice is understood as God taking sides. Thirdly, the use of the term tzedakah in Israeli social groups after the exile. If Blogger categorizes the Israeli society after the exile into two major groups, eschatology and secondly, theocracy. Kruzman divides them into three groups, whose roots date back to before the exile. The mass of the peasants, secondly, prophetic conventicles, and aristocratics. Firstly, ethical point of view, the mass of the peasants. For this group, the Torah is the supreme norm that must be obeyed and practiced by God's people. Whoever violates it will be punished. Compare this with Sharia law in Aceh, Indonesia, which forces people must follow the law, and if they do not follow, they will be punished. Secondly, ethical point of view of the prophetic conventicles. The prophets saw that many people had made the Torah the norm of our life, and that was fine. However, it is not uncommon for often the norm used as a to do injustice, which whether we realize it or not makes others miserable. For this reason, the prophets fought for the victims of such injustice by actively conveying the prophetic voice. They did not hesitate to attack the forces that opposed them. Justice for them, for the group, if purposely undermined, be devastating. The attitude of active resistance shown by justice is an illustration of the prophets who against injustice in a radical way. And thirdly, ethical point of view of the aristocratics. In contact to the small peasant masses who are overly loyal to the Torah, it is precisely the ethics based on Torah that have passed or beyond. Instead, they are recommit themselves to the Torah and its interpretation. They do not want to be nomistic group because instead they are re-questioning the Torah and the reality of life. They are happy to dialogue the Torah with real everyday life. Jonah questions the nomistic attitude toward foreign women who had already married to Israeli men and who must be divorced. This anti-foreign attitude is said to be Torah. With philosophical humor, Jonah feels that the irony of Israeli society being faithful to the Torah but actually being un-Torah. The same discussion is also carried out by the author of Ruth. Similarities and differences of these three groups. Despite the differences, there are similarities in the starting points, theological theology, between these three groups. Their framework can be depicted with the following the ethical triangle underlying Old Testament ethics belief. Yeah, that is the mystic view, the Torah as a norm that must be obeyed. Yeah.
Professor Santoso, you have 4 minutes. I'm sorry, you have 4 minutes?
Yes.
4 minutes?
Oh, yes. Yeah, God is the giver of the Torah as the law that must be carried out by man. You must respond by giving the Torah both to their fellow man and to nature. The prophets have a more radical view of tzedakah can be described as follows. Tzedakah must be upheld by humans. If not, then tzedakah against human beings, and the resistance will be so great it will have in a resulting in an atmosphere of chaos. As for the aristocrats are based on the concept of favor. This group passes the enforcement of Satan on earth. This is aristocratics. Yeah. They try to dialogue tzedakah with framework of an ethical relationship between the three ethical relationship between God, human being, and nature. What is important here, the law does not become a rigid norm, but a part of life. Conclusions. In the event of injustice and violation of the tzedakah, natural law prevails. What is mean here is, firstly, if one human being or a group human beings commit an injustice against a human being, there will be disputes between human beings as well as suffering for the weaker human beings who are subjected to to the injustice. If there is injustice against nature, then natural law will take place with the destruction of nature that will result in natural law will take place with the destruction of nature, which will affect the weak as well. In addition to the sedekah itself and enforcing its justice, there is the rule of God, and humans should also uphold sedekah on earth by upholding sedekah on earth with prophetic voices and congregations. For this reason, there is a dialogical relationship in enforcement of sedekah, the ethical triangle of the Old Testament. That is, God give sedekah to human being and to nature. This is dialogue in triangle. This theological relationship must always be upheld in upholding sedekah on earth, both between humans and between humans and nature. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Terima kasih. Thank you so much. Yeah, dankeschön. Professor Santoso. Thank you so much. And I will see the Professor Elia Magan. But before he kind of prepare, I want to introduce the second presenter, and then Elia Magan will gonna take over. So second presenter is Mark Greiner. His title is that the Beyond the Natural Evangelism, the biblical view of the climate change. And he is our here student, but he was also a teacher back there in Canada, and he's giving you chance to have the time for having. He has some recording or the piano and guitar and song. He's a really good singer, right? And he has a Maxwell Fellowship. Yes. Or he have some sociology and about the culture things he's coming from. All right, so let's have a big hand. So, Mark, and then.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
So I will give. Elia, what about we just give them to everybody 23 minutes or 25 minutes, to speak, and then, I will check the time, and then I'll give the microphone.
Hmm?
Right. Thank you, Ms. Park.
Okay. Sorry. Listen, it's a lot that's packed into about 15 pages of text. Yeah, it's working.
Now it's okay. Yeah.
Okay. It's okay.
Sure.
I'm directly in it. It's a lot packed. I read about 40 books, more than 40 books on climate science, atmospheric science, and over 100 articles for sure. So, and I've come to the conclusion that everything we believe about global warming and greenhouse effect, and if it's not false, it's pretty close. So I start out my paper by saying many of the core questions about these long-cherished facts that we've had about climate change. The world is ending. It's getting hot. The polar bears are dying, and so forth. Have either been falsified by scientific evidence, and I give a whole bunch of scientific references for that, or revealed as fraudulent. So that's a whole different ballgame from a theological point of view, right? From a Christian point of view. Questions about the way the climate responds to anthropogenic human influence, broadly speaking, have not been answered definitively with scientific certainty, nor what those impacts will be in the future. Although experts generally agree that the Earth is warming up, at a process known as global warming, just exactly how much of this warming is scientifically proven to be attributable to anthropomorphic human activity is unsettled. Now, I'm not saying it's unsettled. The scientific literature is saying it's unsettled. The World Health Organization, the World Meteorological Association at the UN is saying it's unsettled. MIT and Harvard trained physicists are saying it's unsettled. So it's unsettled, I think. I'll start at the introduction. You can read my preliminary comments if you want. The paper is about 15 pages of text, 6 pages footnotes, and 10 pages of bibliography. So how am I going to do this, right? In the introduction, so I'll start with the introduction. In the words of the WMO, the World Meteorological Association, there's a quote directly from 2022, up to date, now, up to date. How much of this global warming has been directly attributed to or caused by human activity, the effects of which are extremely difficult to assess, is not clear. Now, I would say that's unsettled because you have the scientists at the United Nations saying this, right? Now, just to add to more confusion to the mix, and I didn't know this until I did my research, nagging inconsistencies in historical climate data don't exactly inspire full scientific confidence. 2 brief examples will suffice to illustrate this point. High CO2 levels, carbon dioxide, have not always been consistently related to global warming. It's well known that several past ice ages of the Earth have been characterized by CO2 levels 5 times higher or more than current levels. Thank you. Thank you. As another example, it's difficult to view greenhouse gas emissions as the primary cause of increasing global temperatures when these temperatures decreased between 1940 and 1970. That's a long period, 30-year period. And not the only period, by the way, I'm just giving you the most recent one, when CO2 emissions were undeniably high, very high. So, further, if the tremendously complicated statistical models that are used, there's about 29 of them, 26 or 29, I forget. There's over 20 statistical models that are put together to predict this, that are currently being used to understand and predict climate, have been scientifically proven to be deeply and irremediably flawed. That means they cannot be corrected, right? Then the continued use of such models, such wrongful models by the UN and governments around the world to justify massive expenditures on political programs, runaway government regulations and taxes, and bullish economic intervention immediately becomes suspect as political agenda, not science. As well, the impact of human influences on the climate is too uncertain and very likely too small. That's Coonan, 2021 Undersecretary of Science for Obama. Right? To justify, MIT trained also, MIT trained, to justify the uncertain benefits of these massive expenditures on projects and programs to play God with the atmosphere through Star Wars type geoengineering, let alone the expected downsides of doing so, disadvantages for the world's poor. Something all God-fearing Christians should be concerned about. In this climate, and no pun intended there, of fully admitted and recognized scientific uncertainty about how the various features of the Earth's climate system function and interact with each other, as well as with variables outside of the climate system itself, and what the causal effects are from each variable, is surely risky business from a scholarly point of view to make firm pronouncements about what should or should not be done in terms of political actions, programs, policies. What's more, it becomes questionable and suspect at best to employ theological reflection, theological thinking in the service of supporting perceived solutions like net zero, geoengineering, or the like, under such scientifically unsound conditions. To support solutions to a perceived problem, the nature and causes of which is undetermined, unsettled, and unclear, even by UN standards, by scientific standards, would be to use evangelism for the worst of all possible reasons. Hence, perhaps it would be wiser, safer, and much more prudent to move theological reflection and discourse on climate change beyond net zero evangelism, which is the title of my paper, which is why I wanted to read this, into authentic biblical exegesis. With these preliminary commentaries and introductory ideas in mind, the present essay will attempt to focus attention on providing some essential elements of what would constitute such an authentic biblical perspective on climate change. Now, obviously, that presumes you know something about zero policy and climate change. So I'm just going to skip that part and go straight to the biblical section, right? The biblical perspective. So that assumes that we know what the biblical perspective is, right? And so the biblical perspective is you look at things from the inside out, not from the outside in. Not from our time and project inside the Bible and say that's what the Bible says. It's from inside that time frame, the way the biblical writers saw it, the way the biblical listeners and readers saw it. Their cosmology, their worldview. That is a biblical perspective of climate change. Not a scholarly one, postmodern, secular, and other kinds of perspectives that might be other kind of world perspectives, right? So I tried really hard to try to view it that way, from the truly biblical way. So first and foremost, people with a biblical worldview look at the world and process all informations about it through the filter of God's Word as reflected in the Holy Bible, and they do view the Bible as holy. You may not, but they do. Their perspective, not ours. The biblical writer's perspective, their worldview. In that Bible, the essential core principles of what that worship might look like are laid out. Christians are compelled to honor and worship one Creator, God the Father, who created humanity, the cosmos, and the earth, and everything in it. God created earth specifically for humankind and has promised to hold it together for that purpose. And has promised to hold it together for that purpose. Genesis, back into Genesis. In the meantime, human beings are called to do two things for the weather, for the earth. A, to be good stewards or caretakers of God's creation. That's back in Genesis again. And B, to love, obey, and worship the one God created, the Father, with all our mind, body, and soul, which is specified by Jesus as the greatest commandment in the law, quote unquote. We are not to worship something else like, for example, the Greek primordial divinity Gaia, or Mother Earth, or a fervent belief in naturalism that claims nothing exists beyond the natural world, or a sort of die-hard evolutionism that explains everything in terms of the universal presence of evolution, Darwinian or not. All of these extra-biblical belief systems contain worldviews that contain assumptions that tend to downplay, if not entirely deny, the significance of spiritual or supernatural explanations for events and objects by relying almost exclusively on human reason, especially in modern times. That is one of the main reasons why discussions about climate change tend to be characterized by heated controversy and debate. The different participants are oftentimes coming from worldviews which are antagonistic to each other. They're in contradiction. They're in tension. In other words, discussions about climate change are, at least in part, deeply rooted worldview conflicts. This notion of worldview conflict needs to be kept in mind as we pursue how climate change fits into a biblical worldview of climate. So then, in a biblical perspective, Scripture, or the Holy Bible, viewed as holy, taken as a whole, provides the primary foundation of and framework within which to think about climate and climate change, not mainly scholarly or cultural theories or documents or perspectives. Overall, this is the argument. The argument is that the Creator God the Father personally designed the earth and its environment to be stable, broadly speaking. This means that within the biblical perspective, the climate of the earth was not designed to be chaotic or subject to extreme fluctuations that would threaten the continued survival of humanity and all other living things. There might be seasonal solar, sun, or other natural cycles or episodes that cause temperatures to fluctuate suddenly over extended periods of time, such as what happened during the Roman warm period, the medieval warm period, the Little Ice Ages, but nothing life-threatening. There are at least 47 biblical verses which proclaim the Creator God's sovereignty over the weather, over the climate. This omnipotent sovereignty is also suggested in many other places in Scripture where God ordained weather judgments for Job, for example, in Leviticus, for example, the Hebrew idolatry punishment, the case of Joseph in Egypt, famine versus plenty. There are many cases. And from the New Testament, Jesus made clear just exactly who was in control of the weather many times, such as when he stilled the waters and calmed the storm while crossing Lake Galilee. Now, clearly then, the biblical view of climate and climate change is not simply a matter of science, or following scientific laws, or protecting Mother Earth, or identifying evolutionary cycles of the planet, or imposing by force totalitarian regulations upon all members of society in the name of climate hysteria, climate alarmism. From a strictly biblical point of view, then, there is a sovereign overruling theomorphic, God-centered, theomorphic component to climate and climate change that is rarely acknowledged and addressed in contemporary discussions, even by God-fearing Christians themselves, such as ourselves. When this happens, that is, when the Creator God the Father is either taken out of the climate change debate or exploited to advance political interests, discussions about climate fall prey to extra-biblical worldviews and get pushed or driven by emotional alarmism, humanistic philosophies, and secular scholarly theoretical perspectives largely at odds with a biblical worldview based on creation doctrine. Consequently, the people participating in such discussions start to develop a kind of modern quasi-Babel. You know the story of Babel, right? Babel mentality, constituted by intentional disobedience of biblical principles and values, a proud defiance against the will of God, an inappropriate, unbridled ambition to be like God. In other words, they start to think they are free to tinker and control the climate, tinker with and control the climate, and force everyone else to accept this way of looking at and solving their view of the climate change, quote-unquote, problem. By the same token, anthropogenic contributions to ecological problems need to be addressed directly, for sure. If sound scientific studies show that to be the case definitively, as it was done in the past, we've modified car exhaust systems, for example, to minimize air pollution. We've instituted regulations to prevent careless handling of nuclear waste. We have built new disposal sites to reduce illegal dumping of toxic waste materials in unauthorized ways and at unauthorized sites. Evidently, many past ecological problems have been remedied when people cared and Christians upheld their biblical mandate to be vigilant in the care for the environment. Surely, then, it cannot be sensibly and convincingly argued that Christians don't care, didn't in the past, and don't at present care about the health of the environment. Your presence here just revokes that completely. Like many Christians who take their biblically ordained stewardship of the planet very seriously, both in theory and action, many non-Christians also have legitimate concerns about the natural environment. However, many other people have hidden political agendas, and my research really brought this out. If you read the last two sections of my paper, it's horrid. It's just horrible. They have hidden political agendas behind the Save the Planet alarmism. Several studies have shown that many environmental organizations and their leaders are very open about using climate hysteria to support radical political changes, social changes, economic changes in the way society, modern society is organized, even including UN IPCC officials. Given the proven use of climate alarmism to push radical political agendas, Perhaps it is understandable why many people find it prudent not to participate in activist environmental organizational activities. Under such circumstances, arguably, the wisest spiritual course of action for authentic biblical Christians to take is to rely on the Holy Bible for guidance, although often for very different reasons. Many leading climate scientists have also recently come to question the climate hysteria of modern times. Okay. Strictly on scientific grounds, many preeminent climate scientists have come to question both climate hysteria and the alleged scientific consensus on climate change. This part will shock you. Montfort showed fraud and bias in the original Cook paper, which is a scholarly paper, article, first used to make such consensus claims. This paper analyzed the abstracts, that Cook paper, it looked at the abstracts of almost 12,000 papers, scholarly papers, published in scientific journals in a 20-year period, 1991-2011, looking for how many of them expressed an agreement with the human-induced global warming. It's because of humans. That's the cause. That's the cause. And the conclusion, the Cook conclusion, along with like 10 other people, resulted in 97% of those papers containing an opinion agreed with this view. However, when other researchers went over the same data, they found out that only between 41 and 64 papers agreed with that. That's 3 to 5%. 3 to 5%. There was no consensus. The latest report to the UN Secretary General in 2022, 2019, was over 500 of the top leading climate scientists saying, no, it's not us. Now, since that time, 2022, there's a registered letter to the UN Secretary General. There's been over 1,000 top climate scientists saying, no, there's other reasons. So that led me to think and say, whoa, we need to be sober. And so that's why I put St. Peter's quote at the end, you know, some sobering final thoughts, right? Be of sober spirit, be on the alert. Sober means don't be drunk, right? But you can be drunk and not be drunk, like not paying attention, right? Okay? So that's why I put Peter's quote in there. All people should be concerned and act responsibly towards the environment, to be sure. As Bible-ordained stewards, Christians arguably hold a special responsibility to do so. The Christian aim should be to apply biblical values and principles to assess and evaluate environmental claims and decision-making processes in a sound, objective, and sober-minded manner based on biblical guidance, taking nothing for granted at face value, especially when it comes from mass media, academic institutions, and the like. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mark. Okay, Professor Elia, can you take over the phone? Not the phone, the microphone. We have two more to go, please. Welcome, Elia Morgan.
Yeah, and thank you for the presentation from Mr. Grenier. And yeah, if I'm not mistaken, we continue with next presenter. Yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, please prepare your questions for Mr. Mark Grenier for his presentations. And our next presentation will be Hu Wenlong, or William. I'm sorry if I mentioned in the wrong way your name. I'm so sorry about that. So Hu Wenlong is was born in 1950, and he was trained as an army officer and served for 5 years, and then became a Christian and became a engaged in missionary work in China, some Southeast Asian country until 2006. And now he is a 4th-year graduate student of CJCU. And the title of this presentation is Healthy Aging Lifestyle Based on Biblical Principles in the Context of Taiwan's
Taiwan environmental issues. So Mr. Wen Hu, now 20 minutes to present the paper. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your introduction. As you mentioned, I was born in 1950, so I'm not so young anymore. But I want to stay healthy and happy and feel to be young. I think that's also the hope of everyone, want to be healthy and live long life in a very pleasant environment. So that's my topic, a healthy aging lifestyle based on biblical principles in the context of Taiwan's ecological environment. My presentation will cover two issues, the aging population and the environmental issues in Taiwan, and two issues are combined together using the biblical principles that we all lead a healthy aging lifestyle and also to protect the environment. Okay. Taiwan's aging population has rapidly increased in recent years, and global environmental deterioration and climate change are causing an ecological crisis. So issues of an aged society and critical ecological environment have attracted much attention. Now, are there any biblical principles we may rely on to age healthily on this only one earth given by the Creator? And what can the world community do to control global warming to make the earth a clean, livable, and sustainable home for all creation? In what ways can individuals, including the elderly, do to protect the earth? It is worth our effort to study and discuss these issues. It is a common hope that we all enjoy a long, healthy life while living in a pleasant environment on earth. The aging phenomenon of Taiwan's population. Taiwan is facing the crisis of a declining birth rate and aging population. In March 2018, Taiwan's senior citizens over 65 exceeded 14% of the people and having entered an aged society. By 2025, the elderly population will account for more than 20%. As a super-aged society, 1/5 of Taiwan's population will be elderly. What are the causes of aging population? Well, two factors contribute to the aging population in Taiwan. First one, longer life expectancy. Taiwan's life expectancy was 81.3 years on average in 2020 due to Taiwan's high quality health care and better hospitals, food safety and nutrition, improved standard of living conditions, and more physical activities. And the second one, lower fertility rate. The younger generation either does not marry or marry late due to the extended years of education, higher housing prices, and higher child raising costs. The negative population growth in 2020 was mainly because the number of births was lower than the number of deaths. There are some biblical principles for elderly. First one, long life is promised as a blessing to God's people. Proverbs 16:31 says, "Gray hair is a crown of splendor. It is attained in the way of righteousness." Gray hair means long age. So it's a blessing from God. Second, the Lord cares about the elderly. Even to your old age and gray hairs, I am He who will sustain you. I have made you and I will carry you. I will sustain you and I will rescue you. Isaiah 46:4. The third, God calls the elderly to lead a healthy, fruitful life. Psalm 92, verse 13 and 14 says, "Planted in the house of the Lord, they will flourish in the courts of God. They will still bear fruit in old age. They will stay fresh and green." These two verses remind me or instruct me that even you are in old age, you should stay healthy and feel young and also bear fruit. Your old age does not mean that you stay aside and you have to be looked after. You should still be active and also do something to contribute to the society. Now let's talk about environmental issues in Taiwan. Taiwan's environmental deterioration is mainly due to the excessive development of high polluting industries, rapid population growth, severe air, river, and soil pollution caused by household wastewater, garbage, and high growth of motor vehicles. From the year 1960s to the 1980s, Taiwan experienced 3 decades of rapid industrialization with little or no concern for the environment. This has brought forth several environmental problems. Fortunately, since the 1990s, Taiwanese society's awareness of ecology and environmental protection has gradually risen. Now I would like to mention some environmental problems in Taiwan. First one is the rise of sea surface level. It's threatening large coastal area. Second, ecosystems are in danger. 3, the island faces shortage of water resources. 4, air pollution is a serious problem. And 5th, plastic waste causes a burden on the environment. Now let's find some biblical principles for care of creation. There's a question: who is responsibility for the ecological crisis? Theologically, the dominant theme in biblical understanding of the human relationship with nature has been the passage in Genesis chapter 1, verse 26 to 28. Be fruitful and increase in number. Fill the earth and subdue it, which was generally taken as a license to use nature to get what humans wanted, a charge as claimed by Lin T. White Jr. that Christianity is responsible for the ecological crisis. However, The present-day misuse and exploitation of the environment result from human greed, carelessness, and ignorance, not religious belief. God commands mankind to take care of the creation. In Genesis chapter 2, verse 15, we read, God created humanity in his own image, and God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to work it and to take care of it. The biblical emphasis is on stewardship, not ownership. All the earth remains, and the earth remains Lord's and does not belong to its human inhabitants. The earth is the Lord's and everything in it, the world and all who live in it. Psalms 24, verse 1. The very existence of nature and humankind is a declaration of God's glory, for God is the creator, he rules it, and he reveals himself in it. The present creation has suffered from the destruction of nature, wars, famines, etc. Our mission is to take responsibility for the creation and prevent harm. Today, people are increasingly committed to environmental protection and sustainable development. Paul says that the day will come when the creation will be delivered from the bondage of corruption into the glorious liberty of the children of God. Until this promise is fulfilled, let us do our part to respect and preserve all that God has created. So what should we do, or the global community do? Now let's talk about a global effort to protect the creation. First one is in 1972, the Stockholm Declaration was adopted, marking the beginning of international environmental law. And the same year, the United Nations Environment Program was established, and the motto of that program is called "Only One Earth." Let's take care of it. And ever from that date, the World Environment Day is settled on June 5th. And this year, June 5th, 2022, regenerated the slogan to emphasize that our planet, Earth, is still the only livable planet we have. The Earth is our only home, and all countries must make policy decisions to reform and promote the industry's sustainable development. The people must also practice a cleaner and more sustainable lifestyle to truly achieve the harmony of coexistence between man and nature. So only one Earth, and let's protect it. The third one is Paris Agreement that was signed in 2015 to reduce greenhouse gas emission as soon as possible and aim to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius, pursuing effort to limit to 1.5 degrees Celsius. It marks the beginning of a shift towards a net zero emissions world. To cut emissions, it is necessary to change from burning fossil fuels like coal, oil, and gas to using electricity generated from low carbon sources. This includes closing down coal-fired power plants, vastly increasing the use of wind, solar, and other types of renewable energy, and reducing energy use. UNEP launched the Ocean Sea campaign to deal with the plastic crisis. In 2017, to help curb the flow of marine litter and plastic waste entering lakes, waterways, and oceans. The campaign aims to break humanity's addiction to unnecessary and unavoidable plastic. Now, actions for the individuals to take to protect the earth. First one, start with a correct attitude. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 28, the word rule over or dominion over the earth should not be used to encourage the exploitation of nature. And Genesis 2:15 should be interpreted as cultivating, caring, protecting, and preserving the creation God gave to humans. It is the responsibility of everyone because this planet, Earth, is our common home. Education is needed to build the habits of everyone from a young age. By teaching children the concept of caring for the earth, saving energy, and reducing carbon, a correct attitude can be formed, and good habits of using water, electricity, transportation, and consumption of food can bring about a profound social change. We should develop habits that help protect the planet. For example, use green transport. Take public transport and walk more or ride a bicycle. It is better to minimize planned travel or transportation. Reduce plastic waste, which contributes to emissions and pollution. Practice the 5 R's: refuse, reduce, reuse, recycle, and rot. Refusing is the most effective way to minimize waste. Buy what is needed and refuse to buy new products unless necessary. Implement garbage classification and recycle items. Yeah, the 5 R's. The first one, refuse, the most important one. Biblical principles for health and wellness. First one, glorify God in your body. As humans created in the image of God, we should care for our bodies to honor the Creator. Just as in First Corinthians chapter 6, do you not know that your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit within you, whom you have from God? So glorify God in your body. Second one is spiritual health is also emphasized. Jesus teaches us in Matthew 6:33, saying, but seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added unto you. And James 5:13 also emphasizes achieving spiritual health. Is anyone among you in trouble? Let them pray. Is anyone happy? Then let them sing songs of praise. Proverbs also teaches us a joyful heart is good medicine, but a crushed spirit dries up the bones. So keep a healthy, how to keep a healthy aging lifestyle. First one is eat right. And major principles of low carbon diet includes eating less industrial meat and dairy, eating less processed and packaged foods, eating food grown locally and seasonally. Reduce.
Mr. Hu, your time only.
All right, okay.
Sorry.
So keep a healthy aging lifestyle. We have to keep us healthy, maintain a physical fit, to exercise, and then the spiritually you have to keep a positive spiritual attitude. To be thankful with life, and to give thanks to God, and to not be anxious about anything. Do not worry about tomorrow, as Jesus said, and quick to hear, slow to speak, slow to anger, and do good. And also practice a green lifestyle. You should support the local community recycling activities, volunteer to participate in environmental protection groups to plant trees and carry out garbage cleaning activities on beaches or river banks and in the parks. My conclusion, under Taiwan's aged society and the ecological environment affected by global warming and climate change, the priority and the practice of healthy aging based on biblical principles will hopefully be more clearly identified. The elderly will live a healthy and active lifestyle in their old age while doing their part to save energy and reduce carbon and waste to protect the planet. They can be good models in ecology and environmental protection for younger generations. An ecologically sustainable lifestyle is teamwork to sustain the bond of the interdependency of all creation. With the joint efforts of the whole global society, the environmental crisis will undoubtedly be alleviated, and the goal of zero emissions by 2050 can also be achieved. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Long. A very presentation from you, and it's stimulating. And yeah, it is really one of the important issues now about environmental crisis and how it affects the life of elderly. And thank you for bringing it into our conversation today. Our next presenter is Professor Kate Hume Park. She is a chair and a professor of the Department of Theology in the School of Theology at CJCU, and grew up in South Korea and received her PhD from Claremont Graduate University in Claremont, USA. Her research interests include Old Testament hermeneutic, Asian theology, and Asian women's biblical theology. She is also an ordained Presbyterian Church pastor since 2006. She has a number of publications, monographs, and edited books. One monograph is God's Words in God's Words, Textual Application of Asian Biblical Theology. And in this year, she published an edited book, Historical Settings, Intertextuality and Biblical Theology. It says in honor of Maureen S. Sweeney. And also one of her articles is Mother's Prayers and Korean Feminist Minjung Theology, the hermeneutic counter of Hannah, Mary, and Lee So-seon in Modern Journal of Contextual Theology. Yeah, her presentation today is Back to Job, a nature wisdom discourse in the net zero era. So 20 minutes, Professor Park, time is yours now.
Thank you so much, Elia, for introducing me, and I'm so glad to see you all, not organizing but presenting my papers. I'm so glad to see you all, and Taiwan, Indonesia, the United States, and Korea. I'm so happy to see you all. I'm so honored to be invited even to speak here. So my voice is okay for the online people, right? Okay, I'll go then.
Yes, it's fine.
Okay, thank you. So as Professor Leah introduced me, I want to read first Job chapter 12, verse 7 to 10. But ask the animals, and they will teach you, or the birds of the air, they will tell you. So speak to the earth, and it will teach you, or let the fish of the sea inform you. Which of all these does not know that the hand of the Lord has done this? In this his hand is the life of every creature, and the breath of all mankind. The third of this kind of Job chapter, and then I will have an introduction. So introduction, ecological literacy, climate change, and net zero. And Job, the ecological hermeneutics, Job's suffering in individual and communal, and Job's call to humanity, and Job as a poet of a book of a revival, and Job's suffering in community, and then Job, I say the nature-centered wise man, and then be my conclusion. The introduction, I think, we'll share many times, right? So UN climate conferences, even parties like a COP26 from the 2021. So they want to have a reaching up ambition, targeting fossil fuel, payment to the poor and vulnerable nation, and rules for the global carbon market. So they want to have a more conference, like President's Conference going on. So from this part, even the not only secular part, but World Church Community, World Council of Churches, they also appeal for the COP26 and saying, today we come together united in the human fraternity to raise awareness of the unpredictable challenges that threaten us, life on our beautiful common home, the earth. So from this understanding, Pope Francis already asked how to develop a new theology in 2019, rather than blame the environmental crisis on the humanity's fallen state, as his predecessors did. Francis emphasized how nature brings us close to God, and the member of the Earth community will challenge about this climate change and sustainability. So from the ecological literacy, I want to have a climate change as a net zero. Now, what is that? Put simply, net zero means cutting greenhouse gas emissions to as close to zero as possible, with any remaining emissions reserved from the atmosphere by oceans and forests, for instance. So in addition, we could say how is it important for us? The sciences show clearly that is want to avert the worst impact of climate change, preserve the viable planet. Global temperature increasingly to be limited 1.5 C Celsius above the all-free industrial level. So I think also Professor Horng mentioned about it. So I a little bit scared about this Paris agreement and how we sure about natural policies implement. Secular authorities should set up the agreement, right? But for us, what is we need to more going through that. So that's the right to the understanding. But I want to focus on what's the Bible telling us about hermeneutically. How do we interpret it? So Job's suffering, individual and communal. Job's suffering was initiated in his own situation. Anything that you have afflicted, then you have felt the suffering. But during the COVID-19 era, human beings in the world have suffered unexpected environment. However, his affliction was getting anxious because of his old environment. So I guess this is giving you a chance about how we get also suffering just like Job has it. So we will learn the speeches answer God's question. What are human beings with all the resounding silence about humanity? Speeches over the vast stretch of the creation, but in the long catalog of the creatures, celestial and terrestrial, that consists in the whirlwind speeches, there is a one glaring kind of omission. There's a one creature that is conspicuously only by its absence. So God says to Job in chapter 38, who has cut off the channel for the flood, a way for the thunderbolt, to cause it to rain upon uninhabited land, wilderness where no person lives, and to satisfy the waste and desolate land, and to cause the parched land and to sprout grass. So now God also may say to us, who has brought the COVID-19 and what do you do? What do you learn from it? So that is the one way to approach it, and Job is a part of the book of revival. So when the Job's timeline, according to John Collins, the book language suggests that the time of the second Asia or Jeremiah in the 6th century BC. However, it's not even clear the pinpoint writing time of the Job. Moreover, scholars question about the historical fact that he has existed as a real man. He has been just treated a literary character. Then people may have a question about how he read a Job in current situation. So it's not only our question, but it has been same questions during the translation process in the modern time for linguistic structure and hermeneutical interpretations. So this Job revival insists on the both unique virtues of the Hebrew poetry and poetic prophetic nature of Job's lamentations. The staple of the Christian typological interpretation, Job's cry, and know that my Redeemer live, and at the last he have stand upon the earth after my skin has been thus destroyed. Then from my flesh I shall see God. As one of the rehabilitated by commenters, both emphasize its poetic originality and the refuse, but abandons it the Christological potent. So, but just pointing is also giving to you chance, kind of suffering in community. You know, job suffering can be presented as the suffering of a marginalized and poor. His individual affliction expanded into social issues of justice and the revelation. His personal agony can be heard as the suffering of the innocence in the society. The Gustavo Gutierrez emphasized on his book on the Job to talk of God in context in Latin America and more concentrated in the context of the suffering of the poor, which is to say that the vast majority of the population. So Gutierrez interprets Job as not only in the individual character, but also as a communal character who suffers from their status in society or personality. So if one suffers from the environmental crisis, if one has a chance to dialogue with God, as the book of Job does, what should we really do? Right? So this chance will be meaningful for God's creatures in society and nature. So I could say that Job is one of the nature-centered wise men. This is the kind of my emphasizing part. So we must bear in mind about the human being's limitation and nature's ironic wisdom. Job chapter 7, chapter 12 and chapter 7, but ask animals, they will teach you, and the birds of the air, and they will tell you who is a teacher and a learner. We can receive as what nature gives us. The verb sa'ai, sorry, it's kind of a little confused by sa'ai, is used in the context of learning a number of times in classical Hebrew. So among the which are two other instances in Job, and even Job 8, Bildad tells Job to ask, which means sha'al, the same verse.
the past generations advise parallels into the request to apply his mind to what the fathers had sought out. So ask is the one way to be highlighted by any kind of animals. In Job chapter 21-29, on the other hand, Job wanted to know if the friends ever asked the wayfarers so that they might be instructed on the fate of the wicked. So asking part is really making the interconnection. So or speak the earth, and it will teach you, or let the fish of the sea inform you. The use of the verb is the present verse in more difficult or less more discussed in the literature. So many commentators have proposed amending the word, but although not so much because the interpretations of the verb is problematic, but rather in order to introduce another object and paralleling with the animals mentioned in the or neighboring clauses, right? So that's some kind of, we could have one of the discussion and go into the doctrine of the term, and more particularly on the question about whether the verb primarily designate an internal cognition, or to ponder or meditating, or or asking, but we still have one of the expression of the word activity about the speaking. It's not it's not about just symbolic. So semantically speaking, there's no difficulties in interpretation of the verb as to speak, but interpretation of the prepositions, the la, le, which only occur here in the conjunction with the sa, ata, so as to speak. So we will to see what's the really more giving you ponder and meditating. So teach in verse 7 and 8 is the three verbs are used with the jobs internal clauses as kind of subject. That explicitly education part. So this is the repeated in verse here 7 and 8. So the more general term, maybe you have a nagar, right? But this is the also another. I'm sorry, it's kind of, PL forms is there, right? So it's the stand in the parallel to have the more, verb for all of us to emphasize how much we could really learn from the, animals, and the birds can really teach. The verb is that one of the more frequently used verbs and designation and activities as a kind of teacher. So they are really our teachers. So it's not particularly frequent in the sapient kind of context. However, it occurs not more than 3 times in the Proverbs, and completely absent from the Kohelet, which should not be a surprise given the book's low opinion about tradition learning altogether. So this Job is 6 occurrences, including 2 in verse 7, chapter 12 and 7, somewhat is a kind of exception in his regard. The Job had tell of his friends and teaching about what God's really planning, and ask the friends to teach him. So I did that advise Job to inquire a former generation so that they might teach him. So earlier finally concerns with Job to recognize that God would teach him what he cannot see. So the verb is still quite strong verb. So earth is far our most common usage. The direct admonitions Job to speak to the earth, characterize the common earth knowledges as the clearest indicator, revealer of divine action. So this is kind of in order to more understanding about the transition of the ecological civilization, we must move away from the anthropocentric worldview and have all the relationship with all things. So we must pursue our life of justice in which we are all connected and coexist and co-evolve. Church members rightly to see that those kind of suffering of the earth's nature and the reality of the kind of sometimes unjust society. So we need to more reflect on the structure of the exploitation and violence that has been owed. The transitions to the ecological civilization is the end of market, as John Cobb also is telling us. So we should overcome the polarization of the wealth, regional imbalance, and injustice governments brought out about the economic system. So also breaking away from the myth of growth and development, value human beings and life. So it's emphasizing about how pain and the suffering of the people and achieve the life. If we have the mutual living where people can coexist, and at this point, the Christians must go beyond the stewardship of the managing on the world by positively affirming that God's creation, reverence for all life. One of the examples I could show, I didn't really say here, but in several years ago in Northern, there was some thunderbolt. All the deers, they died, about over 300 deers died one time because of the thunderbolt. So in Norway, the national park, they have a discussion. What should we do with the dead bodies? Right? Somebody said we need to move. Somebody really need to clean. It'll be all rotten. Rats coming and destroy all the things around. The smell not good. Right? But the other one is just the natural happen. Thunderbirds is a natural phenomenon. They just died by that kind of thunderbird. So just leave them. You could just leave them what they just hear, they do. So, okay, so national, that the park, they decided, yes, we just live there, even though it looks like a little bit weird at this moment. They just lived there about 3 years. Yes, totally, we don't really expect, but the results are quite orderly cycle. That body, also eaten by the bird, and some animals just all take care of the body. It's not you don't really see the kind of rats coming. And then also the eagles, the birds going to outside other place, right? And they making some leftover. So the seed coming up. So they do have another plants of any kind of fruit. So they do use kind of all the recycling. So that's the rethinking. We have to clean up something bad things happen, right? But it's still they know the nature know how to recycle and live more and how making the production. But that's I could little bit has my example of how much we can learn from the animal and in kind of nature. So we must admit that life is no different from human life. Man stand with the creature, I have been called as a kind of responsible subject to take care of all these benefits and attitudes. So it becomes a turning point for sustainable life of the humans and Earth's nature. So as a conclusion, I will provide the Asian or the scholars and ministers, as you see here, students with the meaning of the 3 A's. William God say the 5 R's, right? But I say 3 A's. So here, awareness, action, and adherence. So with all the Earth in the collective, cognition, the 3 A's are highly important behavior in Christian ethics, but they are responsible for preserving the integrity of the divine creatures and the environment from the global crisis. So this research and all the studies, theology and culture are fundamental, one of the source, knowing about how human beings, culture and history and economics and literature are coming up. So this research and the conference will help us to develop theological concept of the ecology and net zero in Asia. So I hope that it will be making a platform to reconcile with the international or the neighbors by understanding their religion, environment, and the cultures. So it coincides with the universal or the social responsibility in our universal settings through the net zero and ecological awareness. Thank you so much. Yeah, I still have some time, but I will just give you to Professor Elia. Yes.
Thank you very much, Professor Park, for the presentation. And yeah, time for the Q&A. And if you have questions for this session, so we have about 30 to 40 minutes for Q&A. So I will divide this Q&A session to 2 parts. So the first one, I will invite 5 people to give questions. So, Professor Park, if you don't mind, could you please notice those who want to, those who have questions in the conference room there, and I will see who in the online
Sure. I could do that.
screen can want to ask questions. Is anyone in the online screen in the Google Meet who want to raise some questions? You can just unmute and then say, yes, I want to ask a question. Or you can raise your hand. I haven't seen anyone in the Google Meet.
Question? Question? Japan? Thomas? Any kind of question?
Please. Yeah, it's very interesting. I think our conversation will be interesting because, like, Mr. Daniel seems to be like pessimistic about how the scientists say about climate change, while Professor Park, for instance, could or I think relies on the science thinking about climate change. So, yeah, it will be fruitful conversation. So Professor Park, I don't notice that
then I could
people,
have a question to the Professor Agus Santos. So for the
Yes,
JDAC,
please.
right? So, JDAC, Professor Agus Santos. JDAC is you want to see the more the social settings like justice, right? So, can you little bit, emphasizing about how social justice related, biblical somehow justice, right? That will be more help us to understanding your paper about that. Professor Santoso, yeah.
Professor Santos,
Are you there with us? I think she left, right?
I think he's not. He's in the room, the meeting. But,
Okay, you have a question?
I think
To Mark? Oh, okay. So we have a question to Mark from our students.
Check, hello, check, okay.
Okay, we have a question here.
Okay, I have a
Yes,
question on
please.
some of the things, like you were explaining about the scientific disagreements and all these things, right? So, do you think that the scientific developments, industrialization, globalization, all are harmful for this environment that we are living? Scientific developments, yeah. Is it harmful? Can you speak in through mic?
Testing 1, 2. Okay. The science literature that I've read all the way up to date is pretty clear. Pretty clear. We should not be tinkering with the environment at all. We should not have any programs, policies, unless we are absolutely sure. And even then, it's not biblical. I mean, if you're taking a biblical view, God's taking care of the environment, right? Not us going in there with planes and extracting CO2, and geoengineering and that kind of stuff. So my paper was focusing on the science. What does science say about CO2 and climate change and in general? Like, what does science say up to date? And it's unsettled. They're not clear on almost anything, and 29 of the all 29 composite statistical models that I use to predict weather and global warming have been proven false, irremediably false. So why are we doing this, right? Why are we theologizing on that without knowing the science of it? So there are things like the most abundant gas is actually water vapor, not something else. And the interaction between the sun and water vapor hasn't even been understood yet. So there's a lot of science missing in it when you look at the popular version of climate change and climate alarmism and global warming and greenhouse effect. There's a lot of the science that's missing, and that's number one. Number two, a lot of the science has been proven corrupted. Climate scientists themselves are at the beck and call of whoever's paying them money to do research. And there's been books written about that, which are in my bibliography. So there's a lot I couldn't present in the presentation. I couldn't give everything and condense it in 14 pages. So my focus was on the biblical view that God's taking care of the environment. We can do our best, like we did with car exhaust systems and toxic waste and nuclear waste, and we try to do our best, but not think and go in there based on unsound science. And that's up to date, 2021, 2022. And there's a political agenda involved also that is being used to drive political, economic, and social change, to change the organization of society, modern society as we know it, on top of that. And books have been written about that. So there's a lot I just couldn't present. It's not a pessimistic view, really. It's actually an optimistic view, not a pessimistic view, right? And if you look at the history of climate change, it's a whole different ballgame. If you look at the science of climate change, it's a whole different ballgame. It doesn't fit into the hysterics that is pretty popular in mass media and educational institutions, UN, and so forth. So it's disappointing in that sense, you know, that we're not actually using the science as a basis, right? When over 1,000 of the top climate scientists are saying, no, this is wrong. Over 1,000. And they all signed a letter to the United Nations, up to date. You know, that's when you got to start asking questions about why are we getting one message a certain way, and when you read the science of it, the scientists are saying something different. So I became like very alarmed. What are we giving into? Why are we, you know, being railroaded into this sort of stuff? So maybe we should not be, we should be in the culture but not of the culture. Like separate ourselves and really look at it scientifically and objectively, and not attach ourselves to any kind of alarmism or hysteria. That's not to say that global warming is not happening either. I didn't say that. The scientists are not saying that. Okay? So anyway, that's my response. I don't know if I can. Okay. I've got to hurry up because my taxi's waiting for me.
Okay. All right. Then the Professor Liao, also I have a question to William. Yeah. Thank you also, Mark. So yeah, since they are all sitting together, right? So I think one of the questions.
Yes.
Okay. No, elderly, the society, elderly issues I can't really catch well because you know in around the world, right? But how it related to environmental, you know, issues altogether? I think already I have some kind of question to you know, kind of leaders, right? How do we really connect the elderly society's phenomena, and is that why environmental is important for them or for society?
Well, the elderly, they're, generally speaking, they are over 65 years old, right?
Bagaimana? Itu saja Pak Elia.
All right, I will translate now. Yeah, so you single from Indonesia ask a question for all speakers actually. Yeah. So like there are three. The first one is, what is the role of the university? Is the university or CJCU, for instance, really prepare the students to deal with the climate change, the climate change? Christians could respond to it. And the second one, it could be from Taiwan and also from Indonesia. What's the role of churches of Christian church to not only to inform but to motivate or to encourage the congregations to actively participate in dealing with climate change. The last one is about it's specifically for Mr. Hu Wenlong about the age, the elderly. You ask whether
each wonder if you can explain more why the increase in the number of elderly, for instance, doesn't make the problem decrease. I mean, sorry, I missed this last question. The last pertanyaan ketiga tadi apa tentang elderly?
Berapa jam lagi ya? Ya. Gimana Pak Eli? Pak Eli ya?
Pertanyaan yang ketiga tadi soal elderly itu apa?
Artinya kita secara manusia kita bersyukur secara beri orang-orang yang bertambah lanjut usianya, ya kan seperti itu. Tetapi dalam penjelasan tadi ada tantangan juga untuk mengurus mereka seperti itu. Ada tantangan bagi masyarakat maupun pemerintah ketika juga orang-orang lanjut usia ini mungkin lanjut usia tetapi tidak produktif lagi gitu. Bagaimana itu? Gitu.
Okay, Mr. Hu Wenlong, she asked, we have to be thankful. We have to be grateful that people have a long age, right? They live into the elderly stage.
Yes.
But you say that it is also challenging for the government to deal with that situation because you need to, like, if people live long, then you have to like look after them and so on. So why it is like why it becomes a challenge? What it is challenging for us instead of like being grateful.
Okay, if you can
so could you please like give some
but
more
if you,
clarification about?
Long, you live a long life, it will be a blessing if you stay healthy. If you do not stay healthy, but you have a long life, that's a burden to your family and your government. All right, so that's my focus, that we should age gracefully and also healthily. That's the point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the first two questions about the role of the university and the role of the church, how do you think, maybe we can share how the university and church in Taiwan and Indonesia deals with the situation.
Artinya kan begini Pak Eli, tadi kan dikatakan bahwa kampus itu digunakan untuk tempat latihan.
Ibu, kita kasih kesempatan dulu mereka untuk jawab.
Oke.
Please, Professor Park. Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. I think that's why the church and institute, what we're doing, so that's the way we are now have those kind of conference and then even kind of challenges by people, right? You only stay, you have to do more, right? That's the way to do it. So I think now we are really the time. So Professor Elia, I think we could have keep thinking about the two questions from the, singular, so maybe we could have a way to answer more, but I think we now is a right time to make a break. So how about that?
Yeah, I think that's the question from you is for all of us to think more about that, how we can, because we don't have answer for that now, but we just have to think. But if I can say what my church here in England, Church of England, deals with this situation. Our church I'm in Manchester now, so the church has really good effort on achieving the net zero target. They have like a roadmap which is very systematic, and we can the churches are working hard to deal with it. Even if the target to get net zero is faster than UK government. UK government is, I think, 2050, but the churches, their target is 2030. So it's really faster, much faster. But yeah, they work hard together for that. But that's one of the way. Yeah, I think it's our time to have a break now for 15 minutes, and we will continue to the next section.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Elia. Yes, so leadership, I think, is really important for all of us, right? You mentioned about the pastor at the churches. Yes, how much they have awareness and do, right? I think that would be way to interpret. All right, good. I think the Bible and also our own story is really important for this time. All right, thank you so much, Professor Gus Santos and Mark and William and also me. All right, let's take a break, 15 minutes. So we're back to 3:45. How about that, yeah? Yes, we're back to 3:45. Okay, let's take a break. Okay, let's take a break again. Okay, I think time is just flying. Everyone just come back to the classroom and online. Yes. Okay, welcome back. Yeah, quite right. So, I want to introduce this second session for our conference. Second section is that localization, ecology, and women. And our moderator is Professor Yusak Tanasha. So as you know, we just talk, and we already have his greetings this morning. But anyway, today, right now, I want to introduce him as our moderator of the second part. So he graduated from the Baptist Seminary and doctoral degree at the Ecumenical Theological Seminary in Jakarta. And he is academic dean at the Moraya Theological Seminary, Taranga, and Indonesia, yes. And he teaches Christian education and early Christianity. Okay, let's welcome Professor Yusak as our moderator this time. Okay, Professor Yusak, please.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Bob. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully this afternoon still have a fresh, especially after taking a 15-minute break. So we are in the part 2 right now, localization, ecology, and women. And I'm your moderator right now, and we would like invite, there is a 3 presenter today, this afternoon, especially before we are finished for today. And Professor Park, I just get this discussion with Prof. Bobby since we are waiting Prof. Ebenezer and Marudut. Is it okay for Mr. Michael Fine will go first this time?
First, yeah, Michael is ready. So.
Okay, this will be great.
Please. Yeah, you could introduce microphone.
Hello. Huh?
Okay, we would like to welcome from Mr. Michael Fang. He is a graduate student from CJCU. We will bring the topic theological reflection on instrumentalization of women from relationship between David and woman. I think this will be interesting presentation. So we welcome Mr. Michael Fang to be present the paper this afternoon. The time is yours, Mr. Michael Fang.
Thank you for your introduction. The research motivation of this thesis is to criticize some sexist scripture in the Bible text, as well as the author or narrator consciously or unconsciously instrumentalizing women to show that this is because the cultural background of the author or narrator at that time. The cultural background of the narrator is caused by the idea of male-centered society, which cannot be directly equal to God's will. Otherwise, God would become the perpetrator of persecuting gender equality. In particular, David, who is often called the man after God's own heart, is almost praised to perfection, even in the Bathsheba incident. Because of David's quick conviction, he became an example and a good story of those who confessed and repented of their sins. Is this really the case? In fact, when we go deep into the narrative of the scripture and the image, the intention of the character in his dialogues, we will find that he is also nothing but an ordinary person. Since they are constrained by the cultural background in the story, as modern readers, we should not accept without thinking. As modern Christians, we should actively participate in the ideas of renewal, reflection, freedom, and liberation in social life. We should realize people created by God should not be harmed or distorted in terms of personality and dignity. In this way, a harmonious relationship between men and women will enable them to fully develop the image of God and their gifts, so as to build an intimate and creative society together. Michal was the second daughter of Saul, the first king of Israel and David's first wife. Because Michal loved David and her father Saul had always wanted to kill David, Michal was in an atmosphere of tension and conflict all the time. One day, the Philistines came to war with Israel, and Goliath the Gathene stood out and shouted for fight. No one in the Israel army dared to fight against him for 40 days. David went to fight against him and successfully killed Goliath. We don't know whether he was expecting great wealth, marriage with king's daughter, or exemption of his family from taxes. We only know that David asked twice or even several times. As for the little princess Michal, we can imagine that at this time in the palace, she and David were very likely to have a one-sided relationship or a chance to get to know each other. After all, David looks so pleasing and handsome, or maybe Michal was attracted by David's talent or musical skills. Just like those women wanted to share their joy of victory in this war, Michal went out to meet his father and greeted the hero besides his father along the way. However, the thousands or millions written by the narrator do not represent literal numbers, but a transformation or exaggeration when poems were written. But in the ears of King Saul, this was equal to an insult, sarcasm, and ridicule. As David's popularity grew, so did his conflict relationship with Saul. Saul becomes suspicious of David. In order to prevent David's rapid upsurge, first he designed a murder with a borrowed knife plan to send David away. However, he never expected the new position of commander would make it easier for David to win the admiration and the loyal love of everyone. Saul's second plan to murder David was to use Merab to marry David. However, this marriage proposal was just another excuse to send David to a more dangerous situation. The story of Michal loved David soon reached Saul's ear, which is of course another snare for Saul. Michal is just a bait or substitute. The agreement concerning Michal was beyond control. Saul set a price and David paid the price. Whether Saul is willing or not this time, he has to keep his promise and let Michal belong to his most hated enemy, David. At least, Michal's love for David never changed. She was full of joy as David's bride, from the beginning to the end. However, the honeymoon period between David and Michal didn't last long, and the murder was about to come to the surface again. Because of Michal's deep love for David, she helped David escape from his father's murder. She played a small trick to save David's life by making up a reason and lying for David. In the end, Saul really freaked out. He didn't take Michal's words seriously at all, and said angrily, "Bring him to me with the babe, so that I can kill him." Michal's elaborate plan helped David to escape, But all that left was loneliness and sadness, and could not get forgiveness from her father Saul at all. In order to punish Micah's deceit, Saul never wanted to see her anymore, and thus cut David off from any possible connection with his family. Saul has given his daughter Micah, the wife of David, to Parthe, the son of Lai and Galamite. Micah's fate is like a maidservant. She has no voice and choice. Micah, for general readers, tends to have a negative impression. In simple terms, she is a bad girl. Was there no credit or importance for Micah to save David's life at the risk of her own life? Her marriage was originally a political consideration. Even though she had a better belonging later, she was still forcibly broken up by David. Saul's inner world was quite fear of David. He originally wanted to arrange for David to fight on the battlefield, but instead provided David with the opportunity to display his leadership. In the end, he was forced to instrumentalize his daughter and send her to the struggle of this male conspiracy. How could David fall in love with Micah all of a sudden? We don't quite know. But he must know that marrying the king's daughter will definitely bring him closer to the center of power. Micah loved David, was seen by Saul as a bait or trap, and an opportunity to kill David. However, it also happened to be a good opportunity for David. Therefore, the scripture says David was delighted to be the son-in-law of the king, instead of delighted to be the husband of Micah. From David's point of view, this is all a political exchange. He gladly accepts Saul's conditions and sees it as a good opportunity. It was implied that he had long wanted to be the king in his heart. Micah was objectified and instrumentalized in this political marriage. She became a tool in this political exchange between David and Saul. She is not only a substitute for his sister, but is also regarded by David as a trophy and a stepping stone to fight for the throne. It is impossible for David not to know his anointing. Perhaps from then on, he began to think how to get the throne sooner or later belong to him quickly. Especially, David knows the price of challenging Goliath very well. The scriptures say, if anyone can kill him, the king will reward him with great wealth, give him his daughter in marriage, and exempt his father's house from paying taxes and serving in Israel. Therefore, David's primary purpose of instrumentalizing Micah is to replace Saul as king of Israel and make good use of his pleasing quality to embarrass Saul. When Saul's reputation was declining and losing people's heart, he designed a political marriage and planned to kill David with a barrel knife. Therefore, Saul's purpose of instrumentalizing Micah was certainly not to find an excellent husband for her. In fact, it was to revenge David and a means to consolidate his reputation and position. Poor Micah is sandwiched between her father and lover, and both sides regard her just as a tool. We seem to be able to understand her from the only remaining subjectivity in this narrative, her love for David. When Saul sent people to kill David, only Micah seemed to understand the real situation. Therefore, she told David to run for his life overnight. David, who was originally brave and good at fighting, lacks the courage he should have. Instead, Michal stood up to protect him. Michal was very brave. She warned David and helped him run away at the risk of losing her own life. It can be seen that Michal loves David deeply and regards David's life more important than her own. Here, Michal is Michal, the only subjective description in the whole narrative. She was a great woman who was willing to sacrifice her own life and the future for her love. As a princess, Michal lived an extremely miserable life in the biblical narrative. By retelling and analyzing the story of David, Michal, and Saul, we can see that even in the Bible, the relationship between men and the women were deeply influenced by the social custom and cultural background, which is male-centered society at that time. Women often become an instrumentalized or neglected character in the story. The most common cases are subjectivity is lost, physical body is objectified, fate is determined, emotions are hidden, and the position is dwarfed. However, God of gender justice is by no means the same as the God in the story. God does not want women, also created by God, to live under the idea of male-centered society, such as men are superior and the women are inferior, or men are dominant and women are auxiliary. Therefore, by re-understanding the meaning of the image of God, we can correct the male-centered bias of the tradition in the Bible and try to restore the original status of equality and harmony for both genders in the creation story. Thank you for your attention.
Professor Yusak, yeah, microphones, presentation shut down.
Yes, okay, thank you for Mr. Michael Pine for the presentation, that interesting presentation about David and the woman. And we will continue the next one after Michael Pine. So we will go to Mr. Marudut Bernatua Simanjuntak and Professor Sutrisno. I will read their bio first. Let's see. Professor Sutrisno, born in East Java, Indonesia, he graduated from the Bethel Theological Seminary in Jakarta, both the BA and master's degree, and he is graduate from Ecumenical Theological Seminary. He is a pastor in the Pentecostal Church here in Jakarta, and he served as the student affair at the Malaya Theological Seminary. And Marudut Bernatua Simanjuntak, he is the graduate student and the supervisor of promoter from Professor Sutrisno. So he is studying in the graduate program in Istiti Moria or Moria Theological Seminary. So the topic will be presented by both of them. That is ecology and Christian teenager for environmental protection. So we would like to welcome Prof. Gideon and Marudut Simanjuntak. Prof. Gideon Marudut. Sudah masih baca. Okay, there is some technical problem with the Marudut and Gideon. So try to connect with what happened in here. We just like okay. So can anyone from the committee help to accept Marudut to be joined in the meeting, please?
Pak Yusak, saya lompat. Aduh. For 30 minutes, I was waiting.
Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
So we already introduced you, so welcome Marudut. So Marudut and Prof. Sutrisno will present the paper Ecology and Christian Teenager for Environmental Protection. The time is yours, Marudut. Go ahead.
Thank you, Sir Yusak, and I've seen here some of the people that I know, Mr. Bobby, Pak Gideon, baru connect, because Mr. Gideon has called me up for many times, but I just get connected again, I'm sorry. And then I am going to show the slide that we have done before, and excuse me, can you see my slide, ladies and gentlemen? Because I'm going to share you about this paper for what we call that one for this one, Ecology and Christian. Can you see it?
It's coming.
Okay. Ecology and Christian. So, sir, if there is any interconnection later on that we cannot see, please let me know, yes, sir. But for now, has my slide can be seenable?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And right now, Mr. Gideon and I are actually representing for Ecology and Christian Teenagers for environmental protection. But it is not only for how the people, the Christian, especially for the teenagers, know about how to sharing up with the ecology, but how do they really understand about the ecology itself. When we compare about the ecology around Indonesia, it is not the same thing like how we compare for much about ecology in another country. Why? Because first of all, we are representing up in some kinds of state for the seasons. We are just only stand for the 2 seasons, but unlike another countries for the Western and the Eastern, some Eastern I mean, they have 4 kinds of seasons, and of course, about how they do approach and understand about the environmental is really different. And it will be more suspicious if we find the differences if the ecology also is related to religion. Okay, we have to understand that in Christian, there is no such a specific full things about how we Christian, whether it is adult, Sunday school students, or even teenagers, that really how we truly love the environment. Yes, there is actually written about how God, while doing the creating before the Adam and Eve, they are going to understand about the responsibility to build it one. But in the teenagers' first side, it is actually for the future succession, for the preserving. We need to see that how they are going to comprehend and recommend for what we are going to and then have done before. But of course, they have to understand first what ecology is. Ecology in this point focuses about the impact about relationship between humans and all the people around them. Not just about ecology that teenagers know about jungle, forest, and then how they will doing it for the reservation and conservation, but it is actually more than that. In how the people is not only living for themselves, they also live with the other kinds of potential part, whether it is for the plants and also many kinds of environmental things. But in here, even though we are related or even under committed to how the environment works, especially for they know, okay, I love environment, let's go green, let's do this. You know, it is not something that easy that we know. Yes, maybe just because it is vital, just because it is actually known for the good things, about how we do the greens, especially in Jakarta, it is a little bit unpopular. Yeah, we can make it popular while we are using the phone that I cannot activate right now, but They can do it in Instagram about how they support it up. But while you ask them to do, let's do the 1,000 planting of wings, because God loves us, we have to be responsible with what we actually do. Trust me, they will be preparing to do like doing online gaming or even watching YouTube, then joining up for how the teenagers really engage for doing the ecology system. It's actually the opposite. Why? Because the context of how the forest fire and the wildering is actually part of the ecological balance, and then they are using for the apps, they are using for the technological use. But in case that we have seen for the conclusion before, in how the teenagers understand about the protection part, they could not be only limited for how they know the biblical word teach us to love the environmental part, how the ecology teaching us, how the ecology encouraging us, even actually while we are making the standardizing form, for example, like how we do the environmental part. I give for example, for one, if you, ladies and gentlemen, remember about the story between Cain and Abel, cerita Cain dan Abel, for example, about how Cain is not really supporting up, maybe in the first sight of the student or Sunday school teacher, or maybe because the shepherd is actually better than the farmer. Oh, so it should be for how, why they are comprehending, what they're comprehending of the God or the people nowadays at the time, it's actually known for, let's say for the carnivore, better than the herbivore about the Cain. But maybe it can be unrelated with how they understand about the ecological part is actually introduces, but in how, again, another story about how all the world that get flooded in the Noah story, it is actually related to how God will punish all the people by punishing the earth. But again, the ecological not as something that actually as bad as that part. So in how the teenagers, while they actually promoting for how they are teenagers, they are very critical part, we have to be careful about to apprehending for what is actually the best way of the pollution and solution, for example, and then they start with themselves. So my conclusion actually for the everyone for this part, it is not actually how the teenagers really renown, but how teenagers really doing the impactful part, so the spectacle part will not be understood about. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's all for today, but of course, about Mr. Gideon, Professor Gideon and myself doing the research about the biblical part, ecological part that will be unrelated with the literary part, will not be limited in the faith. Wait for our paper to explain about our PowerPoint before. It should be explained more in the piece of papers later on even more, because we are going to, we are planning to present it later on in the paper. I think that's all for today. Thank you so much. Excuse me, I can be hearable still? Excuse me, sir?
Okay, thank you for Mr. Marudi for the presentation.
But again, Sir Yusuf, it is not actually for how the paper, for the PowerPoint before the 20%, it is not full. Why? Because context is just context, unless the concept will be in touch with the context. But the full paper later will be directly in touch with the context itself, especially for the teenagers, about how they can take part. Okay, Sir Yusuf, I think that's all. If we explain it more or less, we are sorry. And again, I'm really sorry for my late. Pak Gideon, maaf Pak, Sir Wobi, Sir Yusuf, have a good afternoon. Thank you so much.
Okay, so just stay in your room, please. And thank you for the presentation for Mr. Marudut and company with Prof. Sutrisna. So Professor Park, there is a situation with Prof. Ebenezer. He is in the remote area and he tried to get the signal and come to the city, but until now we cannot get through the signal and get through the city right now. And if possible, if the committee find Prof. Bobby can read the presentation. So what do you think?
Yes, it should be okay. All the professors students know. I think also you have working with together with Marudu too. So maybe you have any other things to kind of add. That would be also good. And also, of course, we are always welcome Professor, Bobby's.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
cannot read directly your name, Miss. How should I call? Because I cannot read Mandarin. Excuse me. I can read Anasha, Bobby. How should we call her, sir? Excuse me, Prof.
My name? Yeah, Paul.
Yes, Prof.
Yeah, Paul.
Because we can write your name, Professor.
It's okay, yeah. My name is Paul.
Yeah. So, Prof. Pa, while I and Mr. and Prof. Gideon, actually he is my promoter for writing my dissertation right now. And but our presentation before is not really complete yet. Why? Because our research about the teenagers is not getting done. Why? Because teenagers right now, they are different in some rural areas and also the cities right now in Jakarta. So while we asking them about environmental part, ecological part, they will support, yes, go green, go green. But while we ask them to clean the school or even planting some greens, they just ignore. They just ask them that, oh, it's easy, just pay for this thousands, hundred, and we're done. I'm just done without that kind of part. So, yeah, it is not yet done. Maybe it is still idealistic part to say teenagers will love the greens, teenagers will love the environmental part, but yeah, we expect much by the value of Christianity that they will understand. Let Jesus Christ touch them, so they will be better for our better part.
Thank you so much, Madam. So Professor Park, is it okay for Prof. Bobby to read the paper of Professor Ebenezer? Or do you want to...
No problem, yes.
Okay. Yes, I'm so sorry because Prof. Ebenezer is having problem finding a place where there is electricity and internet signal because he's carrying out services in area where there is no electricity and internet. For that, I will read Prof. Eben, Prof. Eben article. Let's do it. Can I share this article?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Yeah, this one. His title is The Meaning of Cicak, Horse Racer, according to the people of Batak Toba, Karo, and Timor. Subtitle is a socio-cultural study. So what is research background? This article by talking about an Indonesian children folk song I know from my childhood about Cicak horse lizard. In the song, the horse lizard is described as a gentle and enchanting animal. The image is in contrast to his frightening appearance because it resembles a cannibalistic animal, crocodiles, and Komodo dragon. Cicak is not a dangerous creature. I have never heard of a story where a human is wounded by this animal. Through the song, children are encouraged not to have negative prejudice of a horse racer. The following is the song lyric like this. Lizard on the wall, creeping up silently. Suddenly mosquito comes, got it is eaten up. This one. Yeah, like this. Yeah, this animal is somewhat unique. Yeah, it looks like a dragon, but ferocious. It could live not only in the jungle, but also at the royal palace. Cicak is found in almost every house in Indonesia, even a dog has never been a domestic animal. It also has unique ability to outwit its predators. Cicak will detect its tail, and the tail will move on, which will attract the predator attention so that it can escape. Cicak could also stick on the wall in the vertical position and even can be upside down by sticking on the ceiling. This like a cicak picture. So the urgency of this study is to show that human experience of historical object is plural and polyphonic. The experience is conditioned by certain time and space. Similar notion could also be applied in religious perception or the appreciation of the sacred. The school called religious and dogmatic truth are not a mathematical formula that is fixed once for all. The right life attitudes in terms of cultural and religious life is not exclusive, but rather is a dialogic one, because the attitude will enrich our understanding and perception of God and the deed of His grace. This attitude should be developed and made into a living culture in Indonesia, which is characterized by both cultural and religious pluralism. So, the nature and function symbol. The study of symbol or sign is called symbolism. Symbolism underlines the fact that humans are creatures who live in a network of communications. They always want to communicate something they know and understand to others. The rise of civilization and culture make more information to be communicated. For that purpose, humans need the means to store and pass on the information. The means should have the capacity to accommodate more than one message, but it should also be simple, familiar, and attractive or have artistic value. Symbols or signs are the most appropriate means for this purpose. So actually, symbol is a result of human design as a means of communication to convey one or more messages to the subject. Budi Heru Sakoto records 6 distinguishing points that could help us to differentiate between signal, sign, and symbol. First, the subject has an active role in terms of signaling, which means signal is notified by the subject to the object. On the case of sign and symbol, the subject are passive because they receive a message from the object they encounter, like a traffic sign or an eagle as the symbol of Indonesia. Second, signal only convey one meaning, univoc, like the blink of an eye. Sign contain more than one meaning, but only around in the sensory world, equivoc. And symbol contain multiply meaning, and the scope transcend the limit of factory world and reaches the supernatural world. Third, the message conveyed through signal is used up at delivery, while the message conveyed in signs and symbol could last longer. The message remains stored and can be constantly reused. For signal made by human is to be conveyed to both human and animal. On the other hand, only human could create signal. The message is also addressed to other humans. Animals could also understand sign created by human after being taught repeatedly, and symbols are created by human and could only be understood by other humans. Fifth, the form of signal does not really have spatial connection with the message it delivers. Signal is in the sort of motion that are used up, where sign and symbol appear in the form of objects, pictures, or items that can be held. In addition to symbol as a means of human creation to store message to be reused when needed, humans are also familiar with other intentions. Studio Toto defines symbolic as communication by using symbol of object, circumstance, or matter that are made agreed upon by a thought. The use of symbolic language is limited within the use of communication. It is to deliver message so not religion. Language does not stand symbolism in language. Always that are gradually manifest in object or symbol resembling the expression. Considering the fact that symbolic language is in between mystical and allegorical language, the search for the complexity that express the symbol of which and message cannot be obtained directly. So ultimately, the message in symbolic expression of symbolic has thousands of endless interpretation. The same thing of symbol, logo, or signs, considering that symbol or sign is the crystallization of allegorical expressions used in symbolic language. So, in battle, you have time to visit, especially Samosir, because in every balon house, Batatoba traditional house, especially close to the entrance, they must have an ornament of house lizard, in which the head look at 4 cycles in the form of wheels. This decoration ornament is called the is the symbol of the giver of wisdom and wealth for the people. So the is admiration store to work as lizard its environment. This is a Buddha Baruspati ornament in Batak Toba traditional house. And this picture Buddha. Cicak according to Batak society in Tanah Karo. Other Batak community in different regions such as Karo people also have different about place. As man has lizard, local wisdom, community ornament is world, the peace. Additionally, they also placed 2 or 4 buffalo heads complete with its horn on the roof to show power based on Batakaro people belief. Yeah. Batakaro, this is a house of Batakaro Sibalu Jabu, traditional house. Okay. So, horse lizard become one of the animal figure that appear prominently in Batakaro traditional horse. The horse lizard symbol, are also commonly called as Pangaretrat, is made with 2 heads, one facing to the left and another facing to the west. In the past, this ornament is made from woven fiber that is placed in the front house wall. The canvas also function as binder of the wall Praxis because people had not used nail in the past. In Karo people belief, the image served as a force to dispel misfortune, treat from evil spirit against 2 residents, and to strengthen the unity between family members. This is a Pangaretrat horse lizard in the symbols of Batakaro tribe. Almost every Karo traditional horse uses Pangaretrat as the ornament and the binder of horse wall in the past because they had not discovered modern technologies now. These traditional horses are more resistant to earthquake if compared to the modern horse. Yeah. Here is a description of the meaning of symbol as explained by my respondent. Fitri Sitohang is not in the picture she made. Well, the head of horse lizard, the head of horse lizard in the left and right and point to the end of ornament, like this. Yeah, the head of horse lizard in left and right. Okay, and 2, red color is sign of bravery. This become one mental characteristic of Batak people. 3, red rhombus or parallelogram. In the middle show kinship and relationship within a clan. 3 corners of the rhombuses, see, with the rhombus on the middle part. Yeah, in the middle parts. Represent kinship bond in is now terms as Kalimbubu and Anaberu. From the research I conduct in Karo community, there is a slight difference with the painting recorded by Taylor and Aragon, especially regarding Anaberu group or the third stone from the furnace. My respondent, who is pure blood Karo person, states that Kalimbubu is the eldest brother of the party housewife side, Suput, which is the uncle of the children. Kalimbubu means a person who is respected and honored in the traditional custom. In fact, Kalimbubu is almost equated with the visible god, Dibata Niida, because they represent the family of wife givers, which means that they are the blessing for the survival of a clan. Kalimbubu is a male from maternal lineage, mother-in-law or grandmother. The price of a party is determined by the presence of Kalimbubu, the oldest brother of the party housewife. The first stone or often referred to Kalibubu. Sembuya is a group relative, sibling and family or biological sibling and from one clan from male lineage or the host of traditional event. They are symbolized as the second cornerstone. The third cornerstone is the anak beru, which is the group in the traditional structure who are in charge of placing the party host by helping with the party organizing and serving the guests as Kalibubu and Sembuya. Anak beru are family from the lineage or the male party host, suku. If Taylor and Aragon count anak beru as a group of women from the party, you will receive the word from the party host. My respondent from Karo mentioned that anak beru are all female sibling on the male party host, suku, including their husband. Send themselves the wife address, they are included as anak beru. They will work and help around where the say of the success of their male sibling party, suku. The party host wife, suku, should be the one who is in charge of the guests. However, since she should accompany her husband, the party management and service is handled by anak beru. Therefore, there are four elements is party according to Karo traditional custom. They are sukut on the party host, Kalibubu, Sembuya, and anak beru. The symbol of Pangeret reinforces the triple kinship relation in Batak society system, which is embodied in Kalibubu, Sembuya, and anak beru group. This is Pangeret is still used until the modern days as the symbol of unity of Karo Batak, Karo people, on painting, traditional, and culture book, and especially in government building in Kabupaten Karo. They still attach a picture of Pangeret in the office of Karo region and in Karo Parliament building, and even in churches such as GPKP and other churches in Karo. In addition, they also preserve Karo ornament in Karo batik fabrics so that the following generation will still be able to know and learn about these symbols, even though they could not find this in their houses. Nowadays, Pangeret is marked as the symbol of kinship among Karo communities. Yeah, that is symbol on the shirt, T-shirt here, and other product. Cica according to Meto tribe community in Timor. Each person responds differently to a reality, even though they face one similar reality. Different meanings are shared by cultural context or historical experience. The phenomenon of difference in perception was denoted in an Indonesian proverb which reads, lain pandang, lain belalang, lain lubuk, lain ikannya. English equivalence is don't measure other by your own yardstick. Similarly, house lizards are similarly in any part of Indonesia, either in Batak Toba or Batak Karo or Timor. However, the perception of these three communities of house lizard is different. The people of Batak Karo, and Meto tribe in Timor glorify house lizard as separate animal in various artworks. In Batak, Toba, and Karo, and Meto tribe in Timor, carving with house lizard pattern called before at house. of house lizard at houses on woven fabric product and in Tibet and Kala become the symbol of highest God, Wisnenu, as the sole protection from danger as well as giver of blessing and prosperity. When people are discussing important matter and a house lizard make noise or turn its tail on the wall when they reach a decision, people who are present will conclude that their agreement is blessing from the ancestor. The voice made by house lizard become the representation of God's approval of the agreement they reach. Based on this background, there is a traditional proverb among Meto people, Lupit Maluke, words with ears. This reaffirms that in talking or conducting a discussion, we should remember that the world has ears. House lizard on the wall are the representation of the highest gods, and the ancestor also listen to the conversation. If house lizard assessment fall from the ceiling and hit someone, it is considered as a sign of future and love. So, conclusion. Even though a person could find similar object or reality, the meaning given toward the object will never be the same. The plurality of meaning is influenced by cultural factors, social experience, and religious or spiritual understanding. It is evident in the exploration of the perception of house lizard figure appearing in the carving artwork made by 3 tribes in Indonesia, Batak Karo, Batak Toba, and Meto in Timor Island. Batak people from Toba tribe consider house lizard as adaptive message in living their life without forgetting the values of faithfulness, holiness, compassion, and justice. Karo tribe in Batak land take this important lesson of house lizard figure, which is the importance of hoping for the protection and blessing from the holiness di Batak, as well as reinforcement of managing 3 social component kinship relation. Meto tribe in Timor use house lizard as the representation of the highest God, Wisnenu, who provides protection and blessing while emphasizing the need to maintain family ties of 4 clan and 4 village and building a life full of tranquility and prosperity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Bobby, for reading the material, the paper from Professor Ebenezer. Professor Ebenezer cannot join due the he cannot reach the city to get the connection for the internet, so he apologized for that. So thank you, Bobby, for reading. So we already have the 3 presenters. The first one actually from Professor Ebenezer with the theme, the meaning of cicak lizard, the house lizard, according to the people of Batak Toba, Karo, and Timor, a socio-culture study. And then we have the first one, Mr. Michael Tang, a theological reflection on the instrumentalization of women from the relationship between David and the woman. And then the last, the one, Ecology and Christian Teenager for Environmental Protection with Mr. Marudut Simanjuntak and Prof. Sutrisno. So right now we would like to hear from audience. Any comment or question, we are welcome for this time. And yeah, you can mention to whom you would like to ask a question. Is it to Mr. Michael Tang or Mr. Marudut and Prof. Sutrisno, or even to Prof. Bobby. So yeah, anyone is welcome to ask a question or comment to to the three presenters that we have in this afternoon.
Our students here, yes. So, please.
I have a question of institutionalization of women. You are talking, you are sharing about the experience of Michael in the time of the ruling of David and Saul. And you conclude with that gender justice. When we are talking about gender justice, in this 21st century, or this contemporary society, our governments are taking initiative to initiating for bringing lot of laws for protection of the women. There are a lot of woman-centric laws are taken by our governments. Especially, I am coming from India. In India, we have lot of laws that is favor for women. It is helpful for the protection of women. At the same time, lot of incidents happen there that women are misusing these laws, and lot of males, they were the victim of their misuse. As a male, I have a question that, do you believe that our laws are able to bringing gender justice in our society? Do you believe that it is able for bringing gender justice in our society?
I believe. However, in this morning, the Professor John Cobb, in his speech, he is talking about the process. So let me think of my thesis. I think in the Bible story, maybe we think the Bible is written by the author or maybe the narrator at that time. Then there were their cultural custom and their background, and also I think in different area, like in different time, in different area, there are also have different culture. Like you come from India and I am Taiwanese. So when people from different places and also people live in different times, we may have different understanding about the Bible because of our culture. So I think we need to think more and need to have more reflection when the time goes. In different time, maybe the society process and the world changed. We have to adjust ourselves when the society change.
So we have another question from here in the floor, this conference room. Pressman, yeah.
Okay, I have a question for Marjit Bernaduta. I don't know how to pronounce that. Sorry.
It's fine.
Okay. You are mentioning about the Christian teenagers and their responsibility towards the environmental protection. So we know that nowadays we know that the teenagers, most of the teenagers, including Christian teenagers and also the non-Christian teenagers, they don't know anything about the environmental sustainability, how to protect the environmental system and something like that. They are just only focusing on how to get some kind of education, how to get some kind of job, and how to make some kind of money, and just to enjoy the worldly pleasures, something like drugs or something. Drugs is also some kind of environmental crisis, is also making some kind of that kind of problems. So in that situation, how we can approach, because in that situation, if we are approaching to them to educate them about their responsibility towards the ecological crisis, I don't know how many of them they will accept that, and how they will respond to that particular situation, because they just want to leave this world and they want to make some kind of enjoy the worldly pleasure, something like that. So in that kind of situation, how we can approach to them to give the environmental education to them, and also in Indonesia, how we are approaching or how we are dealing with the teenagers, and also making them to understand the ecological responsibility for them, the teenagers, especially the Christian or non-Christian teenagers. So how we can approach and how we can give them a good environmental education to them. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, sir. Sir Yusuf, should I directly answer Mr. Excuse me, what his name is?
Yes, great questions. Go ahead with it, Mr. Marudut and Prof. Sutrisno.
Okay, I will be the one to answer it anyway.
Both people say thank you.
Yeah, what is his name before? Excuse me, Prof.
Yes, praise the Lord.
Praise God. Praise the Lord, praise man.
Okay, Sir President. Before answering directly, specifically to the teenagers thing, I want to remind ourselves, especially me, who actually already in my 30s. It reminds me about Indian movie and Western movie about Tarzan. You know Tarzan, sir? So we know Tarzan, he loves animals, while another people come to approach the animals, they don't love. And we know that actually the superhero at that time is Tarzan, who loved plants, okay? And at the time when I was primary, while I see Tarzan, and I also watch about the human part, we love the plants directly, we support their things. But we know that even superhero, they are talking about the metallic things. There is no Tarzan anymore, there is no super green superhero. There is no effective part to tell, hey, you love green, that's one. Even if we think about critical thinking about how teenagers think, while we ask them what they want to be in the future, nobody will say, I want to be a farmer, I want to be an environmental resource taker. No. I think most of them will think about any kinds of occupation that talk about money. Okay? Even, we have to be honest, everybody, even the pastors, the preachers, they are rarely want to go to the, the rural area or the greens area. They want to go to cities, and then their words, etc., will say, if I go to cities, I will influence more people than if I go to the villagers. We will hear about many kinds of excuses, right? But again, not because I am not optimistically how to change these teenagers, because right now, I am a student in Moria doctoral program, and Mr. Sutrisno is my promoter. But other than that, also I'm a junior high school teacher in Jakarta. So it is very, very problematic part. While I post them about Go Greens, WWF, you can do three things. Come on, you can support by cross, any kinds of cross. You can like the Instagram post, love the animals, love the greens, love the environmental part. Jesus Christ love animals and plants. Hallelujah. Or if you cannot do that one, you can donate the money, right, to support the WWF. Also, you have to like them all. And if you find somebody who actually disrupt, especially in our country, sir, in Riau and Kalimantan, many kinds of people that actually unrelated to what is it called, the love environmental, because there are many kinds of burn of the forest, sir. And then we cannot say that one. And the problem is actually the specific problem. Most of them will donate the WWF. Imagine that. It's funny, right? So, like this one, sir. We will say, like this one, I have a paper right now. Love greens, don't cut trees. I'm sorry to say these stupid things. Why? Because it is made of the trees that we cut. And the way we will write, love trees, don't cut trees, love. You know, but again, we have to think about optimistically, like what we actually want to understand and then want to approach to, because the teenagers will be our successors. So what should we do? Step by step. We have to show our lifestyle, that we love greens, that we support the environmental things, and also whenever we find people who will not really in the supportive part about burning the forest or even supporting for how the greenery part is born. It is not. So first of all, we start by ourselves first. And second of all, we, from the first step, the very simple step, let's guide the students to do the green plants. They make their own plants, the simple plants, just only the simple things. It will be the starting up part. Ideally, we expect that they will learn more about how they know more about the environmental part, how actually in the future they will be affected more than us. Right now we are 30s. Right now the green is not really affected about much, right? But even the AMDAL, the program, it will not be affected about much. But in the future, the teenagers right now, who should be the adults in our future, later will have more problems. So step by step, time by time, they will understand that their problem will be bigger than what we have now, especially for the environmental part. That is that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Maridit. Yeah, in our campus we have our preacher is Professor Sutrisno. He's a good preacher, and that's why Mr. Maridit is a good preacher too. And singer too is Professor Bobby. Is our singer in our campus, so that's why he loves to sing a song with recitation. Okay, anyone from the floor? Okay, Prof. Park is asking question. Go ahead, Prof. Park.
Okay, so I could go, right? So thank you so much, Professor Bobby. You reading the Professor Timo's paper and Chichak, is that right?
Yeah.
Yes. Because I also learn about this kind of symbolization and symbol altogether. But the one thing, symbol, somehow you have to kind of culturally or any kind of experiences really help to be my symbol. Even story, right? For cross. For the Christianity is all kind of, even salvation, any kind of, you know how lovely that, God all giving us the chance to see, right? Even the cross is the execution, the tool. But from this kind of perspective, Chichaks, how is really related to, Timor peoples? That's I want to a little bit know about the, anthropological, approach, right? How they really related. Because usually we see here also, the bihu, right? Bihu is the chiksha, right? So little lizard, many times you could see, but in Korea I never see those kind of small lizard, right? So it's how all related with the kind of symbolic meaning in the daily experiences. Yes. Thinking you are Professor Timo, right? You can answer for me, but anyone is fine. No, how do we get those kind of symbolization from the lizard?
Yeah, Prof. Bobby.
Prof, maybe later on if Mr. Bobby cannot catch you up. Honestly, I am a Bataknis, Bataknis. But, oh yeah, Mr. Bobby is here. So later on I will add a little bit. So Bobby, please.
Yes. I just read, so I don't know about
Luar biasa, Mr. Bobby, itu kan berprofesor.
That's what I want to say because I think Bobby is yeah, that's excellent answer. I guess that's true.
Okay, Prof. At least I want to give you my view about, because first of all, I am Bataknis that live in that one. Even Mr. Agus Santoso before, Prof. Agus, because he is one of my reviewers while I do my proposal for dissertation, sir, about Bataknis and mention, right? Because I am Bataknis. I was born in Bataknis land in Tapanuli, so it's actually our closer part. And also while Mr. Bobby read about Mr. Ebenezer, it's actually my brother's life. We call it on his life before. It is actually like we are calling like brothers in Bataknis, brothers in Alakiter, for example, it is actually for the word. So actually, why it is lizard? First of all, in many kinds of view, there are actually 4 kinds of Bataknis. First is Batak Toba, Batak Karo, Batak Taktak, and Dairi. And the most renowned one is Batak Toba right now. And we are actually, even if you know Luhut bin Sarpanjaitan, our coordinator of minister in Indonesia, is actually one of the renowned one, the Bataknis part. And also he really approached Mama for supporting for how Bataknis tradition is actually in support, even though he got all the Bataknis youngs to learn English more, so they can globalize the Bataknis itself. But let's talk about the traditional part for the Cicak first, the lizard first. Basically, lizard and cicak in subculture part in cities and also in Tapanuli or Medan is actually different. It's actually the funny things for me. While I was first time in Jakarta, I see the lizard on the floor. We know that the lizard is on the wall, right? But I see them eating for some kinds of course they're on the floor. I never see it before because the difference between the lizard in cities and in our culture before, we know that the lizard is the protector. They are protector for how actually it's a different thing. Even though I'm sorry to say, in some Muslim views, they actually like to punish, not all the Muslim views, I'm sorry if I'm wrong, but they see that they're not really supporting up for the lizard because it is actually trying to punish the lizard itself. But for the Christian Batanis, for example, they will use this one for the characteristic part to support that we are protected. We love the lizard because, you know, lizard, especially in our land, in Toba Bataknis land, it is very cold area, but a little bit historical one that I want to tell you is. So, Danau Toba is actually a mountain. So, Toba Caldera. So, Danau Toba, Toba Lake is actually the mountain. Where, right? If we see in Google, for example, for the for that one part, actually we are in the highland. Very cool. And that time while we are very cool later on, all the animals at the time a little bit aggressive than we compare with the lowland animals. And then most of us, the Bataknis land, we produce the voice much more. Even in the singing idol, for example, competition, since that we are known for the high tone singer, yeah, we didn't know that part. But we know that actually wherever we go, since we are minority, we are protected. So ultimately, actually many kinds of symbol about protection, other than the lizard itself. But yes, it is actually how we what is it called? We appreciate, we approve more about the culture that actually how Bataknis have. Especially, maybe next time I can explain about my dissertation paper that actually reached out to Mr. Agus Santoso about how our Batak is really effective in the world, especially while Germany comes at the time for the missionary, while the Netherlands at the time do the colonialism part. But yes, we appreciate much about how our culture really informed. That's it, Prof. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Maridu. I hope this will help. So, if the schedule right, so we still have about 10 more minutes. So is there any question or comment? And yeah, Prof. Bobby, Prof. Sutrisna will have to give some clarification and comment, including Mr. Maridu too. Anyone from the online.
Okay, I want to give you the word chance, but not. Maybe I will ask Michael Horng. I think you give us the instrumentalized woman cases, right? So now you give us Mikhail. So do you have more women? Because David has so many women right, around him. So how do you think?
Actually, today my presentation is only part of my thesis. I also use Bathsheba and also Abigail. Those two examples included in my papers to discuss their relationship with David. Basically, they are almost the same. All three women, they are instrumentalized by men as a tool to achieve men's goal. So, which means in the Bible story, because of the cultural background, women they are just seen by men as a tool to achieve their personal purpose.
For your paper thesis, I think there's a hand. Esther has a hand, and Professor Yusuf, I think we can see.
There is a raised hand. He has a question, and yeah, go ahead, Miss Esther.
Okay, first of all, I'm sorry that my camera is not working properly. Thank you, Pastor Marudut. Yeah, I think he sounds like a preacher, actually. Okay, I do appreciate your work in educating the teenagers about the environmental or the ecological, that's something that relates to the ecological study. But from what I analyze in Indonesian context, I think there are more texts for the theologians or even for the educators in this area where I think our governmental system is not really concerned to the environmental justice. What I mean here is judging from the development of our country right now, how our government, which in one side is very active in, building our economic and, just like promoting the travel, our, like many travel areas in Indonesia. But in another side, if we can see a lot of cases that arise right now in Indonesia as well, that most of the time our government don't really concern on the importance or the significance of our environmental justice, because as they are promoting the development of economy, in another side, sorry to say that a lot of environmental issues happens and arise, and then it is also our task about the system in our country or the regulation in our country, that the corruption system and that a lot of exploitation still happens in our country, that make us
actually, as a theologians or as educators, we have to raise the awareness in to our next generation to see the phenomena that happens in our country today. How by promoting that the development of economy is not wrong for me, it's not wrong actually, but how should we keep it in balance while we are promoting the development of economy. At another side, we also supporting for the ecological justice. So we don't repeat the mistake that has been made by many countries, because maybe Indonesian, because we only have two weather, which is rain seasons and then the dry season. We don't really experience the phenomena of like a Taiwanese, because I'm living in Taiwan and I can really feel the climate change really have a big impact to us. Just like now, it's supposed to be winter already, but we don't really feel that it is winter, because of the climate change, and it's really we can really feel that impact in the society. So as when I live in Indonesia, actually I don't really consider the climate change issues is very important, because I live in my comfort zone. I live with still in agriculture's country, and I don't really think that it can impact me a lot. But I think by the recent development of our country, where we build a lot of infrastructure and we also promoting a lot of factory, a lot of revolution in our economy, I'm worried that somehow it also can change the destiny of our country, where our country is supposed to be, as what I heard when I learned when I was in high school, that Indonesia is paru-paru dunia, Kalimantan is paru-paru dunia. How to say it? The lung of the world. Why? Yeah, the lung of the world. Why? Because Kalimantan has a lot of trees, but as we see the progress of our economy today, we see a lot of trees have been cut, and we see to promote our economy, we change it with the palm oil tree, which is it's truly unfair. And we can see also how many trees has been cut. I thought what I want to say is, that there is, a deep awareness in my heart about our regulation, our public system, or our government system, where we have. Okay, sorry, my voice has echo. Okay, where we have to raise our voice, not only to teach the young people. Yes, I believe that we have to raise the awareness since they are young, because they are our next generations. But we also have to stand against the individualism, or the capitalism system that have been infused in our country, or even we still have a heavy task to stand against the corruption system in our government's body. And I think that that as a theologian or as educators, we have a really heavy task to speak against capitalism, individualism, and to bring back the true value of Indonesian people, how we, at the origin, we respect the society living, how we respect the system of what we say as gotong royong, as a Japanese people say, mangan, orang mangan, sak penting ngumpul, which means that we as Indonesians, we really emphasis on the importance of the togetherness, of living together as a community, sharing body, as a sharing life together, sharing earth together. But as the coming of as the development of our economy is being promoted, I'm worried that we are, losing our originality. And then if we are still promoting the capitalism system, we are promoting, the rich, becoming rich, as we can see the Instagram today. We can, or the, hedonist lifestyle, crazy rich lifestyle. I'm worried that, as times go by, our next generations will also being polluted by all the media has taught them. So I think maybe we can do something which is more important, more significant in our media, in our education system, or even we can start to think how to contribute in the politics to raise our voice for the importance or the significance of the ecological justice, and learn from many nations that have been impacted by the growth of economics. So I think it's a good lesson, or this is just my feedback, as I have learned so far. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Esther, for putting out your heart, and really appreciate. And yeah, right now it's 4:17, so we already passed 2 minutes. So, Mr. Maridut, do you like to comment? Just shortly, short comment. Prof. Sutrisno, do you like to make any comment?
Marudut buka suara dulu, itu belum dibuka suaranya, makanya nggak kedengeran.
Hai Pak Andreas. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Miss. Before Miss Esther and also Sir Andreas asking before about how we think about ideally. Of course, all of us think the same thing, but let's learn about something really indifferent, like this one. The one that actually promote Go Greens, who will support Indonesia, especially Kalimantan, is the love of the world, who will support you up. It's actually the union of Europe, European countries will do the same thing. They will do the same thing. They even do it now. But let's go back to the past. The one that actually enjoy more about burning, about colonializing, about doing something worse is actually Europe, right? In 100 years ago, they do it well. But now, it seems like they bertobat after that. Yeah, let's learn about the other country, about that one. Yeah, we for now, but if we go back again to the past, I think it is a little bit, I'm sorry to say, hypocrite, They are supporting about something that we don't really enjoy both parts. Go Greens, okay, support WWF. In the same time also, you are taking some advantage of any kind of industrial part, right? But that's one is Miss Esther. So sometimes, yeah, I agree with you with everything that we are doing in the theological form about how Christianity in Tarsus actually teaches about how to love an environment, how to love the world, how to love dreams. I do ideally think the same thing. But the way of how teenagers, example in my case, they think different than how we think. We think about optimizing part, but yes, Ms. Esther, the way of how we protect the environmental in Indonesia and in another country are different. We cannot say China, for example, they go greens because they have no jungles, they have no forest. But in Indonesia we have, right? The large, one of the large. So, about how we agree with that one, we expect much that the ideal world, also same with me, I am a teenager, so, and it's weird for me as well, not because I want to be hypocrite, but yeah, we are living in the industrial part. Even this one that we touched before, okay, it is actually the spiritual part. Most of the people that actually love the environmental part will not really use the phone or the electrical part, right? But yes, Mrs. I agree with you about that one. So let's expect much. So all the seniors, pastors, and professors guide us the youngs. So while you are retired, we will continue the legacy of how we love the ecological part, especially supporting Apostolic Christianity. Thank you, Mr. Esther, Mr. Isaac.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Marudut. So I think this is the time for us. Now it's 4:21. So I would like to say thank you for all the presenters who present, Prof. Ebenezer, for Mr. Micah, Prof. Marudut, and Sutrisna. So we would like to give applause to them for the presentation. And once again, thank you. And the time, I will give it back to Prof. Park right now.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Yusa, for all the moderating of this session, the localization, ecology, and women. And then now I invite closing prayer, Professor Agus Santoso. Yeah, so your blessing for us today. And then tomorrow, today is not the end day, so please come again tomorrow. And I see that is about 100 registration names, so I hope that tomorrow we have all come together, be more fruitful people and the fruitful discussion together and learn each other. And then it will be a good way to be a more international symposium, all of us at this moment. So please come again and invite your friends to come tomorrow at the same time, 9. Yes. Okay, please, Professor Santoso?
Yes, let us pray. Our Father in heaven, thank you for allowing us to discuss in our symposium from morning to evening today. We have completed the first day of our international symposium. We have discussed several topics, both from Professor John Cobb and Professor Jing Yi as our keynote speakers, and several other issues. Please give us the ability to carry out that action through our discussions. We can take action in our region, whether we are in Taiwan, in Indonesia, in Korea, and wherever we are, to save our earth where we live here, in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
It's a really great honor to have received your all the blessing and prayer. Okay, so yes, we are the time to really have the end. Thank you for all the good time. Yeah, we only just 1 minute left, right? So we are good at the time today. So thank you for all the your cooperation and participation. And yes, as I say, tomorrow, yeah, come again. Yeah, we are not end. Any other announcements? Miss Naomi, you have it? Any honor?
Professor Yusak, yeah, you have already helped me to get all the presenters received. Please, and also one copy of their passport. Please help me. Thank you.
Thank you all. Happy wedding anniversary to Pak Agus Santoso and Mrs. Soili. Yeah. Thank you.
Hopefully the single people like us in the good waiting.
See you in Indonesia next year. I will be in Indonesia next year.
Oh.
Yeah. For holiday.
Please give back the translator to my hand, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Pak Gideon, Pak Bobi, Pak.
Terima kasih, Pak Mario, Pak Agus, Pak Andreas.
Thank you for all.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Prof.